Шановні глядачі, всім доброго ранку, або можна вже
So, dear viewers, hello. We could say that it's already a good day because it's more than 11 p.m. So we do greet you at the Open Data Forum, which is, of course, for all of the speakers and the participants of our panel discussion, we would like to, during their speeches, for them to see in the audience the eyes, the interested eyes of the viewers. But so far we have what we have, and the reality of today pushes us to the new formats. That is why I do hope that you can see me and you hear me. So today our event, our forum is taking part for 95 and maybe 99% of participants online. I would like to inform you that we'll have two options of the broadcast, both in Ukrainian for the majority of our viewers, and also there will be an English-speaking version. All of that can be checked at the website odf.data.org.ua. So you can choose whatever language you can use. So, we still have some of the viewers present personally, and I wanted to say, please, the round of applause. Could you provide the round of applause for the viewers? Thank you. I think that for us at least to have some noise. The main topic of today's forum is making impact with open data. So we'll be speaking about the impact of open data. Let's watch the screen.
Наша мета це
So we are the top three country, but the participants in the rankings, the number of participants is not the most important thing. The most important is the value which is brought and will be brought by the open data into the spheres of healthcare, economics, environment, and also the social issue solutions. So I do invite all of you for the discussion of open data and its impact onto the lives of Ukrainians. In Ukraine, the open data has already been developing for more than 5 years. We have created dozens of solutions according to the open data of the local and authorities, and also we organized the support of startups according to the open data. That is why it's high time to speak about the impact of open data in Ukraine. Several years ago, open data were just an excitement for a smaller group of people, data geeks, but today we use them on a daily basis. We analyze the number of signed declarations when we choose the family doctor, we check the constructor and developer reliability, and we analyze the business story of the counteragent when we use the business partnership. This is a powerful tool which allows us to take the best decisions and to achieve the expected results. That is why it's important to speak about the impact of the use of open data in the different spheres of economy to promote the possible scenarios among the governmental officials, representatives of the business, activists and usual citizens. So, dear friends, as far as you understood, we'll have a very interesting and substantial and saturated day. I will tell you instantly several facts, what we will be speaking about, and then several organizational moments, how it all will happen. At the international level, we are hearing lots of discussions about the impact of open data into the solution of these or those issues and points, and the relevance, as you can understand, is not going down, but increasing. Even in the countries who have open data for more than 10 years already, who are working officially, and you can find them. So what's the impact of the open data for the development of the life spheres? We'll speak about that. Which social economic transformations the openness of the data led to? We'll hear and listen to that as well. According to which circumstances the open data were or will be the most efficient? We'll be speaking about that as well. What we can study using the cases of open data. It's also important. So we'll be speaking about all of that. But before that, I do remind you, dear friends, You can choose any broadcast with any language, English or Ukrainian, at our official site ODF Data.gov.ua, either English or Ukrainian for you to understand everything. Several organizational moments. Besides watching us online, I do hope you've joined us. First of all, I would ask our speakers to stick to the timing and the moderators as well, because we'll have lots of important information and we'd like to have enough time for everything. Secondly, I would like to drive your attention to the fact that at the website of ODF Data.gov.ua, we have the schedule of today's forum, so you can look it up and choose. Maybe you are awaiting for the panel discussion, which is much more important for your business, for your sphere or branch of development, or maybe you're expecting for some speaker. You can now watch the schedule and to have a reminder in your smartphone not to miss anything, not to skip it, if you are doing some other things in your offices. And also, dear friends, use the hashtag of the forum, ODF2020. It's rather simple, 3 letters, ODF and 2020, in the social networks of Facebook, Instagram, well, I don't know, TikTok? TikTok? Do you have open data in TikTok? No one knows. Well, you know, if anybody sees at least one video in TikTok with the hashtag ODF2020, we'll consider that we won. And also you can post the questions and comment on the speeches of our speakers and to be involved in our panel discussions. All of that can be done in Facebook under the post of our broadcast. As far as I understand, in the Facebook you can follow our broadcast as well. We'll definitely follow all of your questions. The most interesting questions will definitely get the gifts from us. In the end of our forum, we'll make you aware who has become the winner. Besides that, the Facebook page, we are collecting the stories, your success stories about the solutions, about your work based on the open data. Maybe you have some interesting cases which we'd like to share, so please, we are awaiting for your stories in Facebook, and the most interesting stories will get gifts and presents from us. I will not tell you so far what those gifts are, but they are cool. They are cool. You shouldn't even be worried, don't be in doubts, they are cool. So, dear friends, our country, from period to period during the elections, is living with the topic of open lists and then with open data, which can really change a lot, and it's cool. That's what we will be speaking about. So before we begin our forum, I would definitely give the floor, as far as I understand, Zoom presentation for the Vice Prime Minister, the Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, Mikhailo Fedorov. Mr. Fedorov, we should see you on the screen now, I do hope, as far as I understand, right? We'll check whether it's working now. Yes, it should, so please meet Mr. Minister. So, some of the speakers will be speaking online just now, and some of the speakers will be offline here as well. And also, we will be having on the screen... Oh, here he is. We can see Mr. Mikhailo. Hello, good morning. The floor is yours. Good morning. I greet all of you. I'm really happy to take part in the opening of this forum for the second time in a row. It's rather important for us, as you know, that our country used to be this is our target for our country to be the third in the speed of the openness of the data. So while we reform the law enforcement activities, the judicial or court activities, the open data is the most working tool to impact the power, how the decisions are taken by our state officials and politicians. So I will name a very simple example how we cope to overcome, well, at least we began to overcome corruption, maybe even several billion corruption in the construction sphere. We have created the new register, so when the new building is being constructed, for instance in Kiev, it instantly emerges at the website, and you can see who the developer is, how they got this permission or permit for the construction. And even when you have the QR code, you can check it through the request to the register whether it's a legal construction or not. It's a very simple example which helps our citizens to impact what's going on, to give feedback, sometimes even to apply pressure for the proper managerial decisions to be taken. Because before that, the decisions were taken behind the curtain. Nobody saw anything, and we couldn't understand what's really going on there. We know how to pose ambitious aims, but we know how to achieve them. You know that we were the first in the world to introduce the passport, and I think that in half of the year the whole country will use e-documents only, e-ID. It's really very convenient, and we are the first in the world. And also we are the first in the world who has created the opportunity to register the business in several minutes. Well, at least we are in top 3 of the countries where you can quickly found your business, and there are lots of victories like that. So when we appoint these aims, we know how to achieve them. So the today's forum is also, I would say, the trigger, an important stage which helps that we are moving in the proper direction, the direction of top 3 countries with open data. By the way, today there will be a presentation of Open Data Challenge where several million hryvnia will be the prize for the winners of the projects who, with the help of the open data, are solving some of the issues of the society. Everybody knows the Open Data Bot project, which our country is proud of and which is actively developed. This is the winner of Open Data Challenge as well. And we also have an interesting project of chatbot, Nazar, who helps to get responses onto the questions about the amalgamated communities in the cities, the questions of the people about the life and welfare of the local authorities, cities and settlements. There are lots of projects which are really helping, and we really would like not only to open the data sets, but we'd like to help startups to earn money and to develop the topic of open data. And on the other hand, we'd like to help the journalists to use the open data properly, as thanks to the open data, you can provide lots of interesting investigations. You can create an interesting content which will be really impacting the decision-making process. Those are the 2 ways which I feel can really be a company to implement this sphere. I would like to have those projects even more numerous, and in fact we've got help and support today of our team, of our donors, of the society, which begins to understand more and more this sphere and stimulates us to develop as well. So I'd like to express my gratitude to the team for what you're doing, because this is the first event which I'm opening for the 2nd year in a row, though I am a minister only for a year and I began my activity with the topic of open data. I'm really proud of the fact that everything is developed and there are more and more projects with open data. And I'd like to thank our donors, USAID, UCAID, that you are helping us to implement those projects. Thanks to you, next year we'll have the additional state or public funding, because we are dealing with startups. We say that in the cooperation we can launch the projects, they lead to certain results, and now the digitalization is becoming one of the priorities of our state. And we are also allocated special funding for that. So I do thank all of you for the support. The more people understand the relevance of open data and impact the solution of social issues, the quicker the state opens the data, and we can break the state officials, break the spines of state officials who are still against that. I thank you, and I do invite you, because there will be lots of speakers and donors speaking now. I thank you again, and I wish all of the participants a productive day. And I also thank Katerina, who is, I would say, the mother of open data in Ukraine. And thanks to her, we are all here. Thanks to her team, we are moving on. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, dear friends. We could give a round of applause, at least. That was Mikhailo Fedorov, the Minister of Digital Transformation of our country. Thank you, Mr. Mikhailo. Mikhail already thanked the donors, so let's listen to Melinda Simmons, the ambassador of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland to Ukraine.
Добрий ранок, шановні гості та учасники Open Data Forum. Цей рік поставив перед нами багато нових.
This year appointed lots of challenges for us during the times when social distancing is becoming the norm. Especially relevant is the development of digital services. Here, the projects and the services are online are more important, which that are supported by TAPAS program. The digital transformation helps the increase of the transparency and trust of the citizens towards the authorities. Precise and relevant data give the base to take the higher quality governmental decisions. Open data also provide the citizens and the law enforcement authorities all of the new tools fighting corruption. Lately, Ukraine maintained to achieve substantial progress. The government has opened a big amount of data and does not stop at the achieved. With the emergence of new and new data, the state and the private sector are developing IT products which can substantially change the lives of usual Ukrainians. Common Ukrainians, during the 3 years Open Data Challenge has supported lots of similar innovation projects. And I'm really willing to expect for the announcement of the results of this year competition. And to conclude, I'd like to mention the leadership of the Vice Prime Minister Mikhailo Fedorov and his ministry in the issue of digitalization. Here you go. And also, I'd like to thank our partners from the American government in the implementation of TAPAS program. The United Kingdom is still the leader in the support of digital transformation in Ukraine, and we will go on supporting the initiatives of open data. Thank you. Dear friends, thank you, Ms. Ambassador, and it really inspires because we heard the speech of Ms. Melinda in Ukrainian, by the way. It's really cool. Thank you for such wonderful words. And now we give the floor to Christine Quinn, the temporary authorized person in the... We should listen to Christine in Zoom. Let's watch.
Технічні моменти, буквально одну секунду.
Just will need a second.
Почути побачити пані Кристину. Так, зараз спробую ще раз. Ну, зрозуміло, друзі, що... тепер теж бачимо. Пані Кристина, good morning, you're on air. Please.
I'm ready. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Very good to see you all. I'm very happy to be joining you today to discuss this important issue. I am particularly happy to see the Deputy Prime Minister again. We also spoke at this similar event last year. We were in a big room with a lot of people. This year we're in our libraries, but I'm glad that we're still able to do this virtually. So I thought today what I would do is share a few thoughts regarding the importance of open data and driving Ukraine's public sector reforms. Improving transparency and efficiency is vital to building citizens' trust in their government. The availability and effective use of open data is critical to achieving that goal. Appropriately, the focus of this year's Open Data Forum 2020 is on the impact of open data in resolving society's challenges. Open data drives solutions for a wide range of social and economic problems, most specifically in reducing corruption in the public sector. The availability of open data is all about transparency. It's about the rights of citizens to access information, to understand how the government operates and hold it accountable. It is also about providing electronic platforms for government services so that processes become more transparent and efficient, which undercuts demand for informal payments. This year is already recognized as one of the most challenging in modern history. In a rapidly changing environment, making the right decisions and setting priorities properly are even more important. Making government data available to the public free of charge should remain near the top of the priority list. We're very glad that the government of Ukraine understands the importance of providing citizens access to more information. It is fundamental to a transparent and open society and for the further growth of the economy. Here's just one example of how access to data can have far-reaching effects. USAID and UK Aid, working together with the new Ministry of Digital Transformation, recently made available a vast volume of useful data in the construction sector. The impact was felt immediately across the market. Startups took that data to create innovative ways for the public to analyze the legal aspects of specific construction projects and monitor real estate developers and the construction industry as a whole. Notably, the data exposed the level of corruption in the construction sector. Today, those revelations are accelerating the reform process in urban development. The United States will continue to support the government of Ukraine in its efforts to open data to the public. We look forward to many more community events like these to help keep the process cutting edge, forward-looking, and citizen-facing. So thank you again for the opportunity to join you today. I look forward to listening in on the rest of the conference. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you. Glad to see you. Thank you for support us. Друзі, ми дякуємо пану міністру, дякуємо нашим донорам за те, що
So, dear friends, we're really grateful to Minister. We're really grateful to our donors for starting our forum today. And I do hope that everyone has already joined our broadcast in the most comfortable way for you. So let us start straight away. So we have the first presentation coming up, the representation of the portal DIA for the open data and the capacity building centers on open data. And we're about to have, and I do hope that we'll have this opportunity to talk to him directly, Mstislav Bannik, the Directorate on Electronic Services Development, Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. So Mstislav, the floor is yours. Hi, hello everyone. It's a pleasure for me to welcome everyone who has joined us offline, and it's a pleasure to welcome all of the team who is connected to open data overall, and I'm also pleased to welcome all of the people who are watching our presentations online. My presentation is already here. I hope we're ready and we can start. So basically, my name is Mstislav Bannik, as I already has been presented. Okay, that has been a big spoiler from my side. Okay, DIA, open data. So let us start with this presentation. As Mikhailo Fedorov has already said before, our main aim is to be one of the top three countries with open data. That is why we have created the first capacity building center for open data work. So basically, my colleague and my direct executive Mikhailo Fedorov has said that we're trying to be number one in a lot of digital spheres. So this is our main aim, and we keep on moving towards that. As we know, as the usual saying, as they say, who owns the information, the person owns the world. We don't know whether it's irrelevant already or no. That's not the most important question. Right now, all of the information is open. Some information gets published. And the whole idea of open data is revolving, is moving up, and we have the idea that we have to use information properly. So moreover, it doesn't really matter whether you're a state official, businessman, or whether you have startup connected with open data, whether you're activist or you're just the average user who really needs open data. On everyday level, I even used multiple times. I even used open data before I even started to work with ministry and before I got connected to the sphere. So it's basically opening the data will help us to resolve the issues of a lot of people. So speaking on our big and ambitious goal of becoming one of the top 3 countries on open data, the number of the data sets that can be published openly is just the half of the case, because as I've already said, you have to know how to work with information, you have to know how to use this information properly. And it's not only opening the data, you have to keep on moving it forward, you have to keep on developing that, and you have to provide the tools for the people so they would be able to participate with this data, work with this data. It's not only about opening the data and developing the open data in Ukraine, it's also about the data quality. And trust me, having been working with DIA and having been working with many different registers, I clearly understand what is the situation with data in Ukraine. And basically very ambitious goals that we have. So let us get to the next slide. And basically this project that we have been working on is the main aim of this project is not only opening the data, making them accessible or whatever. We basically have the top 3 goals that we have. Our main goal is to become the top 3, but basically another goal that we're following is also building the culture of working with open data. It's a completely new sphere, and we need to have the data managers. We need to have really good interfaces of working with this data, improving the quality of the data available, and improving the regulatory basis for that, improving the legislation, monitoring the open data. There's a huge ecosystem that we're currently working on, and I do hope that you will be satisfied with the results. So sometime before, so basically this is our capacity building center, let us get to details about it. Some time ago, well, 2 years ago, if to be precise, we have created the preliminary version, the beta version of the unified portal of open data. So we actually have planned that it's going to be the one single entry point for the open data access in Ukraine. But we have understood that we need to update ourselves and innovate and to keep on moving forward. So that is why you're about to see the joint state web portal of open data soon. Why? Because the open data portal, it has to provide the main function. It has to provide you continuous access to open data sets, and it has to give you the opportunity to build up the culture. It has to combine all of the participants of the process. It has to combine all of the parts of the ecosystem of open data in order it to be effective and in order it to bring us economical and social benefits and profits for you, for businesses, for people, for startups, so on and so forth. And the concept, you might have noticed that the concept really resembles the DIA portal, and it's not that much about building up something that people get already used to. It is that DIA and everything that is connected to this kind of interface and this ideology that has been brought up by the Ministry of Digital Transformation, it's all about usability, it's all about humanity, it's all about providing the clear communication, because very frequently, especially if we speak about the state-owned data, and if we're speaking about the contact between businesses and the state, unfortunately, very frequently, we see some difficulties. We see some difficulties and bureaucratic story of working with that, and we're trying to improve that because all of the participants of ecosystems, because all of the participants with working with open data, they need to have this clear and nice, comfortable to work with user portal to work with. So why do we need this portal? We really believe that this portal will be available for everyone, for the newbies, for practitioners, for strategists. We have a lot of communication components. We have a lot of content that meets the demands and different knowledge levels of the users that the people need. Yes, so basically it's corresponding to all of the levels of knowledge and all of the levels of capacities. Just to give you an example of how we're going to communicate that properly, how do we plan to work with people in this direction? It's not that we're going to provide them some certain data sets. It's not that we're going to be stimulating the development of this direction further on the state level. And from my side, I've also already been engaged into most of the processes in order to open more and more data sets. We also have additional training for all of the participants of these processes. For each of the levels, there are certain topics that you can study online or offline. We have this digital distant education in place. So it's all intertwined, it's all interconnected, because basically, as an example of the state services that we have already launched, what I have already seen, I've seen a story before. The state does something. Something is being provided, a portal is created, some function is created. In the worst case or in the best case, no one will know about that. And there is some certain product that will be really widely known in narrow circles. No one knows how to work with that. There's no training about how to do that. And just as an example, as how we have been speaking about the state public services, there can be a question, so well, Tam, you're digitalizing services, but how people are going to use that? And that is why we have this project, DIA Digital Education. Here as well, we also do not only have the data sets, not only the communication being provided and community building is provided, we also have training available. We have to be one single mechanism. It doesn't really matter whether we represent state or businesses or we represent civil society. We have to stimulate one another in order to keep on developing. And then this sphere will be faster developed, and then we will have better results. Thus, let us get to the certain examples of what we're going to see at this portal. We will have some certain data sets available at this portal because the civil society has to participate in building up those data sets lists, broaden the sphere, and showing really what is needed by the people. Because when you are in the system, when you are working from the side of open data or the state, you're sometimes starting to live in your own bubble, and you're starting to move in your own direction that you have identified as important for yourself. And it is very important then to get the community engagement, because the society should share its opinions with you just to keep you in the right directions. Because we have the CDTOs in the ministry, which is the deputy ministers on digital transformations. We have DTPA managers on digital transformation. We already have, because of the work of our ministry throughout this year, we have the huge toolkits to keep on developing the system. It's not that there has been a demand from the society for a certain amount of data and someone manually tried to work with the open data community, they tried to push something through. No, we already a big family, we're engaging society to develop this direction altogether and to make it effective overall. Speaking on the impact of open data, as soon as society will understand that it works properly, and as soon as we will enter the broader grounds, as soon as the people will understand that it's all available, we do believe that this sphere is going to start developing exponentially. Because the more benefits we will have, the more benefits the society will see because of that. It's just, this is the rule of the market. Our portal will be developing. The data sets will be developing. The number of startups will increase. The number of services that will be working on open databases will increase as well. And as I've already said, will bring a lot of benefit for the society. We're only speaking about the profits and benefits, and with the support of our partners, with the support of our partners and donors, we're not making some certain products for them just to function, for just us to put a tick in our checklist and everyone would forget what we were doing in a year. But our main aim is to be effective and to be useful. Based on these services that already were being created, I know that you have already known them. You can check the counterparts you're working with. You can take a look at what is going on in the construction sector, which is, I do believe, one of the most painful points for all of the users. You can take a look at the judicial resolutions using open data. You can get prepared to the court proceedings using open data. So basically, you can receive already some of the benefits using open data. So personally, for me, I've had just one judicial process a couple of years ago, and I have been even notified about it when the process already took place. But right now, using those tools that we have created, you can be aware of it and you can own this information beforehand. So having that said, I think that I had a very super fast presentation from my side, and I think that I would like to wrap it up at this moment. I would like to invite you to keep on working all together on developing of the sphere, for us to keep on working together in the civil sector, for us to be working together with the state, for engaging the state, engaging the community, engaging all of the stakeholders. And I do believe that we need to engage the startups to come that is going to be building up. There's those startups that have already been standing on their ground firmly. I have also been a part of the startup community. I know what it means when you're ready to share your experience. It's not a competition, it's the joint development of the single sphere when everyone is starting to turn the wheel and everything is going to get even better. I'm sure about that. Thank you, Mstislav. We have some questions. By the way, we have some questions from our Facebook page, and we've asked the people ask the questions. So I will read out some of the questions. So are you planning to improve liability and the monitoring and the control from the ministries and the local authorities if they will not fulfill the 835 decree? Yes, we're planning to improve the liability for that, because we're working with the committee of the parliament. We're trying to update the regulatory part of it and the legislative part of it. We're trying to engage the state more, and we have the new edition of the decree 835. It also improves the number of data sets, so that, we can't, as the very beginning of the presentation, what the idea is. We can't just from the side of the state, try to approve some of the documents, some of the legislation, and everyone will keep on moving with that on their own. Mikhailo Fedorov has posted in Facebook, as far as I remember, it doesn't really matter which platform that was, that when you're starting to make some kind of certain product, then you're thinking that you will launch this product from the side of the state, everything will be working, but no, it doesn't work like that. No one really cares in the end. So that is why we will try to improve the control and monitoring for that, and we will even try to have a better impact. I can't say that we will force the people to implement this open data strategies, but we will try to do that. Yes, thank you. The Letters of Happiness, this is the official title or no? No, well, right now, no, but okay, so for me as a person, I can ask you what kind of a decree that is, but I'm interested in a different way. This Letters of Happiness and this access to this Letters of Happiness, it's about the open data, is it? Or no? So I can take a look at what are the fines, for example, at a certain car. No. This is a personal data. That's a completely different story. No, okay, so I'm not going to have any questions more. So thank you very much. A round of applause from our live audience. Please join, support us, help us. Rock and roll. Thank you very much for this nice presentation. Thank you very much for this presentation, but we will need a couple of minutes to get prepared for the next panel discussion, and we will have some change of the decorations for this stage, and we'll just need a couple of minutes for that, and we will continue. Stay tuned.
Точно здесь все? So, dear friends, we are ready to go on. We are going on with our live broadcast. All of that is happening live here. And now we're ready to begin the next speech. It will be even the panel discussion. So, as you've noticed, considering the number of chairs, that is improving governance and creating opportunity. That's the topic. So, I do invite the operator or moderator of this panel discussion. We heard about this wonderful lady already. At least the minister mentioned her, Katerina Onilyogvu. So, dear friends, a round of applause for Katerina Onilyogvu. Katerina, please join us at the stage. We have discussed that in the end of the discussion, you will tell about how your surname, what's the origin of your surname, which is the interests of lots of your fans. So she's the Open Data team lead of the USAID and UKAID Transparency and Accountability in Public Administration and Services project. And I instantly invite the speakers of our discussion, whom she will be talking to. Igor Samochotsky, IT and Telecom Sector Head of Better Regulation Delivery Office. Igor, please, we invite you to join us on the stage. Svetoslav Abramov, Executive Director of COST Ukraine, the initiative on transparency and infrastructure. Dmytro Chernysh, who is the Director of eHealth Development Department of the National Health Service of Ukraine, please. And Vasyl Zadvorny, who is CEO of SOE Prozoro. Please, Vasyl, join us. Well, let's have the round of applause for all of our speakers, the small group of journalists and support groups. So, Katerina, the floor is yours. Oh, now it's working. Okay, so hello, all of you. I greet all of the participants who's watching our forum. Thank you that you joined us, that you are with us. No, the first panel discussion will be about the different cases of the impact of open data and its use. We'll focus on the different spheres. I'm really happy that today our guests are representatives of totally different spheres in Ukraine and branches. So, you know, open data, we can hear some talks about them so often, so it's so weird that when we speak about the impact, there is no such a definition. What's the open data impact? And it was also always weird for me, but I in fact understand why it's like that. So in fact we don't have the formula. I'd like to calculate, measure the impact, but we don't have the formula, neither in Ukraine nor abroad. So really, there are totally diverse methods how we can measure the impact of open data for now. We know about the quantitative methods. We have Mikhailo Fedorov, the minister, who spoke about the international rankings in the open data. We know Open Data Barometer. We know European Maturity Data Index. We hear a lot about those indicators, so they really measure the policy of open data in a cool way at the level of the state. What's the legislative framework in Ukraine, how the portal is good or not, or what the popular data sets exist in a certain country. So it's really cool that in the European ranking we will be the first to take part in it in December. Mikhailo Fedorov, the minister, and the whole team are expecting for the results of the outcomes of this ranking. Or we know some other methods how we measure the impact of open data. There are qualitative indicators which consider just the cases. So we consider when different services were created and the products were created based on the open data, and we look how those services help the people, which transformations they bear for the country. So, you know, recently, when I communicated with my colleagues from the European Data Portal, I asked them, would you please tell, would you prompt how it could be done? How could you advise Ukraine to measure the impact of open data? Would you provide us with a kind of a golden recommendation? And I was told, we don't know. Because every manager of information has to define him or herself what's the expected impact should be, and how it can be calculated or measured. So in fact, that is why this is the main aim, why I invited the representatives from different spheres who could tell for the certain branch and sphere what the impact is and how you can calculate it, measure it, describe it, and so on. So you know, my first question will be for Igor. Because, you know, as for Igor, we have been working recently with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, so we've provided a kind of the first research in Ukraine of the impact of the open registers. So we focused upon the public administration services. Everybody mentioned how the anti-corruption bureau used to be and about the architectural construction bureau, but the register, which was open in 2019, has already the huge impact onto the whole branch. So if you ask me when can I get acquainted with this research, we will tell you on Monday. Please follow us on Monday, the webpage of the Ministry of Digital Transformation, the TAPAS project, and the Office of Efficient Regulation. Follow their news. But that's enough to listen to me. Let's speak about Igor. Well, you know, I don't like to ask one question after another. I like to ask all of the questions at once and let the speaker think. So the first question, what's the impact of open data in the construction sphere? What issue it solves? The openness of the registers of the State Architectural Construction Inspection? And when you conducted the research, which cases did you find out? What really impressed you, Igor? You, as a person who is in this sphere for a very long time, you have a very active position. So would you tell us about that? Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Katerina. And what's the time limit for me? Well, I think you should speak from the bottom of your heart. Let me tell it that quickly. Well, look. First, as for the openness of the data, I don't agree with you that everybody is speaking about them. There is the narrow professional or expert layer of people who are always speaking about open data, but usual people, common people, they don't understand what that is at all. So the impact of the data is not when some data set emerges. This is just the access to the information in the machine-readable format. So it itself does not create the impact, but when the service is created with the use by millions of people, this is the impact. And the end user, the Ukrainian, is using... Well, 5% of Ukrainians at least are using the services based on open data directly. But they don't know that those are open data, in fact. So in the construction sphere, we have the same. We have the register of permits and allowances, which in fact is made public. So the average Ukrainian doesn't know anything about the register or about the data. But the impact is there for each Ukrainian. So I will demonstrate several cases now. The first case, which is interesting for me in a conceptual way, is the case when not the open data, but the intention to open the data changes the whole sphere. When Mikhailo Fedorov came to power, we do remember he created the post in autumn that when they just wanted to open the register of the architectural construction inspection, they saw the special records which would witness about corruption, without even opening the data, but only expressing the wish to open them. One of the first persons in the state, the minister, highlighted that, the MPs highlighted that in the media. So this is one of the cases which we are describing. It led to the systematic reform of the state architecture inspection. So the wish to dwell inside some dataset shows how it happens, because sometimes it's such a mess that any person who considers what's going on in the register, he or she will understand that there's corruption there, and we need to reform the whole branch. This is the first case with open data in the state architecture construction inspection. Another case, when they made the dataset public. You asked what was the issue. Well, first of all, there is no universal issue. The problems can be diverse and the data can solve them in a different way. As for the construction sphere, there are some interesting cases which can be understandable for the people. When you want to buy in the newly built building some apartment, you need to understand how risky that is. So the most popular services and the websites in Ukraine include this or that information about the developer and the certain object of construction. Do they have any permits? Do they have the ranking? Some websites have the rankings. The other website has the target use of this land plot, because more than 1/3 of the newly built buildings is constructed at the land lot with the improper target use. So there are certain risks that the object won't be acting, then the construction process will be frozen. So we saw that all of the popular websites in Kiev in this or that way are using the data of the open register of the State Architectural Construction Inspection. So when you buy an apartment and analyze the risks, this information you get is given thanks to the open data. You wouldn't be able to assess whether this construction is legal or not. So the journalists are also doing that. Could I name certain services? Yes, sure. For instance, Build UA is a cool service which rankings the developers. The journalists are using that to review the construction market. And this transparency is not only useful for the consumer, which can describe the object without the ownership rights for the landlord, but for the developers as well. When they're working transparently, they're thinking whether we will do anything without the documents at all. This is the first very obvious case. Secondly is the violation in the city planning sphere. The case is well known by everyone. This is the building of Bilozir. Have you heard about it? The building of Bilozir. It's a full mess. I would say, I do apologize, but this is the full mess. This is the building which has been constructed for more than 10 floors, but the permit for the construction was for the 4 floors. How did they find that out? The usual citizens found that out. There was the one certain activist who found that out thanks to open data only of the construction process, because the open data included what should be the number of the floors and what's the class of the construction, which also witnesses about the number of the floors. The documents was for the 4 floors, but there were 6 floors already. So one of the most resonant cases in Ukraine, this is my assessment, which is discussed by the mayor, the blind MPs, the minister, it was found out just thanks to the open data. And the MPs are saying if the activists didn't find the case, they would just miss it. Like Olena Shulyak is saying, if not the activists, we would miss it. And how do the activists find that? Thanks to open data only. This is the fight with corruption, illegal construction, finding out of the risks when you acquire certain objects. So this is rather obvious for everyone. Another story is for the construction sphere, where you need some technical review. What's done by the developers? Some of the developers, they just include some illegal people who are not technicians, and I can be even included in the list as an expert of technical review. The open data allows you to follow that. This is the multi-layer model, how a certain set impacts lots of problems. What I was impressed personally, when we open a certain field, it can be used in a different way. We opened the technical review. This is the fight against corruption. We looked at the floors. This is the fight with the illegal number of the floors. We connected it with a different register. We saw some, for instance, the target use. And I don't know. Do I need to tell more? Because it seems to me that's enough. It seems to me that you really impressed lots of people here, because I really liked what you mentioned above, that it has such a huge amount and it impacts so many Ukrainians, but the people don't know what open data is. Well, it's debatable. Maybe they don't even need to know what that is because they need products in the end of the day. The most important thing for you, for the car to be moving, but not that many people know what it consists of. So the task of our community, why we are gathering together and why we are working about that, for the car to be moving, for the vehicle to be moving. Sometimes we need to push this vehicle because it doesn't start up. Sometimes when it is ongoing and you have the proper wind in the windows, so you are so satisfied and happy, and lots of cool cases are emerging. Sometimes it's broken because the most influential open registers sometimes deteriorate their quality, they are not working, there are certain issues with the United Joint State Register, and we spoke with Vasil about that during the break. So this is a very interesting topic. I was not planning to ask this question, but decided to ask it to Igor. What do you think? As this is the topic which is very close to you. Which register should be the next to be open for us to see the transformation process? What's the most influential register for you, which is still closed but should be open, and why? I have definitely an answer, that is the open financial reporting process of all of the enterprises of Ukraine. This is one of the basic data sets. When I was in the study tour in Latvia 5 years ago, I didn't know anything, either about the register or the open data, but the local business showed me how they analyze the market, how the restaurant should be open. They analyze the financial tools at the street where they can be found, by the regions, the number of the employees, what's the profitability, and so the local business is the normal stage of the decision-making process from the start up to the opening of the business itself, the analysis of the financial reporting. But we still have the financial reporting info closed, though we included that into the association with the EU and the approximation of the legislation. We already adopted the law, but the tax service and the state statistical service do not perform, according to my legal opinion. They don't perform that. The Ministry of Justice doesn't do that as well, because they need to make it public as well, but somehow the ministry, they need to have this data, but they don't have it. So the financial reporting is there. When we open it, we will see so many cases of the use of these data, from the analysis of markets for the participants of the market to the analysis of the fake people, the laundering of the money, financing of the political parties with the one-day companies and enterprises. I cannot even foresee all of the cases. This is the top set, which is already ready in the legislation. The only thing we need there is the political will. I know that the Ministry of Digital Transformation supports the opening of this data set, but we don't know how to do that so far. We will definitely see the totally different depth of the control, of the open data bot, of the singularity, of all the famous projects. I'm sure that we will see lots of new projects which will be used by lots of people. Yes, it seems to me that the openness of this register, the opening of this register, will show us the uses of the bigger business, corporate business, because now big business is not the active user of open data. Yes, they do use open data, but the percentage went up, would go up and increase, and that would mean the increase of the impact. And with this register, we couldn't even created this vehicle. We are only collecting and gathering, mantling these spare parts. Every user brings a spare part to construct this vehicle and to start it up. So really, I do agree with you. All of the presentees at this panel discussions will tell you, thank you, Igor, thank you for mentioning that, thank you for your question. So, as we are speaking a lot about the construction process, instantly, when we speak about the construction, this is not only buildings for me, multi-storied buildings and so on. For me, that is about the roads as well. So, the roads is one of the most painful topics in Ukraine, and no one will tell, no, Katya, you are mistaken. Everybody agrees with that. So my next question is for Svetoslav, as the portal of transparent infrastructure is the only platform in Ukraine where really you can see the information about, to see how the money is spent for the construction of Ukrainian roads. So that is why I have the question for you, Svetoslav. What is the impact for you? How do you see it? How do you measure it? And which success cases could you share with us? Because it seems to me that the cost Ukraine have the majority of the stories, but so far we don't hear about them. Would you share?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Katarina. And I would start with a slightly different point. I would say that the cost is on the Transparency Infrastructure Initiative. So that is why opening the data on infrastructural projects is one of the key important tasks that we set for ourselves. And I would like to agree to what Igor has said before. That's And I would like to, and I would like to say that we've had this situation that we have wanted to open the data. The fact that we wanted to open the data and the fact of opening the data has certain impact. And in 2016, when we've started our work in Ukraine actively, we have been, I guess we have been the first who has provided this nice, interesting statistics on the road infrastructure. And I believe that this topic is a complex topic. This sphere is over-regulated, and it brings a lot of manipulation in place. And thus, I believe how it has started when we only have launched COST, when we have started to actively participate and actively work in Ukraine. And I know that currently it is an active trend already, and I know that it is interconnected with a lot of the finances and money available in this sphere. But there's a lot of civic society organizations and NGOs that are already preparing the different kinds of statistics comparisons, or they're operating with open data, building up this open data in a certain way. And I would like to say that straight off this spark that we have set, straight off this first launch that we have started, a lot of things have already changed for better. And a lot of things have already changed for better if we speak about transparency. Like Ukravtodor, I don't know what is going on with them right now, but Ukravtodor has the biggest amount of the data sets. At this very moment, I know that there's a lot of field for the further on collaboration of how we can improve the quality of the data available, but I know that this trend for opening the data, for improving the quality of the data, for giving this opportunity to export the data, to use it for different services is an obvious sphere. In our case, we see that that's a very positive trend overall. And also, I would like to say that COST Ukraine has a certain approach. It's not that we're only disclosing data and making the data open. We understand that the main value of the open data can only be created when you use the data. So one of our directions in further on work of COST Ukraine is verifying data. So basically, we provide the random verification. So we have this verification report with detailed report and detailed monitoring of 4 of the stages of the infrastructural projects. That can be both the big infrastructural projects, or there can be the huge amount of the possible look-alike infrastructural projects. And based on the results of this report, we provide some additional recommendations in place. Based on the reports of our pilot reports of 2016-2017, we have provided the recommendations for the road infrastructure industry and road infrastructure sphere. There has been 2 dozens of the points of improving transparency, improving management system, improving the regulations and norms, providing unification overall, providing the unified approach to procurement, so on and so forth. So basically, we see that a certain part of those recommendations have already been implemented into life, and thus we see that it's one certain approach when the professionals are learning thoroughly and comparing the previous information and comparing the open data that they have with the basic information, and provide some certain offers for the sector, some certain offers for the state bodies, for the separate clients. And also we're working on providing the usage of open data for the civil society representatives. And currently, for the 2nd year in a row, with the support of USAID, we had that project on the transparency and accountabilities at the infrastructural roads of the local significance, when the representatives of organizations support activists, communities, local authorities in the field, and on developing the infrastructure, effective infrastructure usage, using the open data, not only solely our open data, but using the data of Prozoro or the state architecture and construction industry. They are influencing the resolution of the certain issues. And we can recall last year we had a certain amount of the places in Kiev and Zhytomyr region. With the support of them and with their collaboration, we've had a lot of the emergency renovations on those parts of the roads that were passing through the residential place, and then we had a lot of issues that have been resolved in Cherkasy region, as far as I remember. with a certain part of the road that hasn't been managed by either of the state administrations that were located closely, and it was a dangerous part, and no one wanted to renovate it because no one knew who has to deal with that. And there's a lot of cases like that, and we are analyzing each and every case. We gather it, treasure it, and we measure it. And so, yes, it's hardly for us to answer it. How do we do that? There's no certain quantitative amount of indicators, like whether it has to be the number of kilometers that have been renovated or what have been improved in the road infrastructure overall, the overall amount of the or number of the roads that has been constructed, or the one that has been involved by the active participants, active citizens that are using the open data tools, that like what is the number of these that have been included into the renovation lists. So the numbers and amounts of impact is really very different, and we cannot calculate it properly yet, but I believe that we keep on moving by building these case studies based on the results of our civic activity, and we're going to publish those results. And what is the most important, that from our practice, from our side, the most important is to then promote these success stories, because then we will have this, this activism will go viral, and we will then share it to all of the other people, and that will basically inspire us. So that is the overall approach. And yes, thank you very much. It was very interesting for us to learn that how it has happened, whether there was kilometers or how much money had been saved by that. We do that once again, so because we know lots of different stories happening all the time. And what was also important, what I really like about the roads is that I really like that on Facebook. I really like on Facebook that you can follow the big construction project developments when the president is standing there near the roads, and I'm actually following that really closely. This and how the project goes. It's not only building. We're also building the kindergartens, and we spend a lot of money for that. And I do believe that this kind of object can be interesting for the citizens. And we'll understand that you're not only using the road, but you actually can get your child to a certain place. Like, I know that you have the authority. I know that I can't just say what do you have, what plans do you have? Can you please tell us? Can you please tell us what is you're about to do in this sphere, so that all of the project, of the great construction, of the big construction could be monitorable. So what are the financial indicators you use for that? Yes, of course, the big construction is the unprecedented project for Ukraine, well, at least in informational space of Ukraine. We have the record budgeting for the road infrastructure. We have a lot of objects, we call it the object of the social infrastructure, hospitals, schools, kindergartens, sport grounds. And yes, really, that's what is important in this case, is that the state establishments, they have to publish the certain data sets, the certain lists of these objects for the program, because it's really hard for us to identify where we have this big construction working on, where not big construction going on. So basically, it is a big challenge for us. We're working on that also. And we have seen that it's very important to create a resource that will allow us not only to monitor, but also that would engage the citizens for influencing the development of this big construction project. So we have a hashtag that says that says impact, grow, improve your impact. And we have introduced this hashtag for the activists. We're going to start to implement this project, the project that will further on help us to follow the transparency of how the money for the big construction project will be used, creating additional analytics also. But the main tool for the civil control and the civil participation in this case, in order to provide user-friendly and very comfortable instrument to use for the people, for the local people, for the people who live at the certain locations where the objects of the big construction are being built. So they can monitor and receive the information that is needed. They're receiving the information and the infrastructural objects that are needed for them of the certain quality they require, not as it has been decided by the main state documents, because this is the social infrastructure that is important for the welfare of people and the quality of their life. And this is the main key task for the Cost Ukraine company. So we want to bring better infrastructure for better life. Okay, so you said it very nicely. When should we expect the results? What are the estimated terms? When can we already join the overall presentation of this project? Well, we plan to finalize the development all in March. So basically, yes. So starting from March next year, I do hope that by the end of this year, we already are going to start with showing you the first steps and the first results that we already achieved. But I would also like to mention that Prozoro infrastructure and both working in the road direction, they also will have a tool for the civic participation and for the citizens' participation. So approximately January, February next year, we would like to launch a tool to simplify the citizens' participation in the controlling the situation with the road. With the road infrastructure, and I do hope, and traffic infrastructure, I do hope that we'll able to gather this information and we'll be able to visualizing it in case of like in a point of like success stories, in type of success stories. I don't think, Yaroslav, I would like to slightly move away from the infrastructural topic. Okay, roads, buildings, that's all very nice, but the topic that really touches me is the topic of the medicine and healthcare. It's not just that my mother is a doctor and I have been connected to medicine throughout all my life, but also because I would like to speak about the open data of the National Healthcare Service. And before I ask Dmytro a question, then I would like to recall, I do remember it very well, when it was the first time when I came to the National Healthcare Service, and that was a previous hospital. I didn't even know what kind of NHS is. And because of these billboards that have been created, I've just got to know that there is this kind of service available. I've started to know what the establishment is and what they do. So when the first time I came there, and that was the previous building of a hospital, and I was walking throughout those corridors, and I thought, what kind of an institution should be there? When I have came to the next meetings, in about a couple of weeks later on, I had a different feeling. I didn't see the walls behind it. I haven't seen the building itself. I just had this feeling that I'm now entering one of the most innovative state establishments in Ukraine, because it has been mostly data-driven. All of them. Management of the National Healthcare Service has been done by managing the data. And it really inspired me, and we have really worked with our National Health Service of Ukraine. So basically that was my idea. I never say that I'm not subjective. If I like something, I always mention that. But still, let us get to the question. Let me get to the question straight away. Dmytro, can you please tell us, not for me, I know that already, for our audiences, please tell our audiences, how are you using the data? How are you using open data? And how does it influence on improving the governance in the sphere of medical service provision? Thank you. Thank you, Katya. I think that I will start with the analogy that you have provided, as the car that has to move. And, we are basically the healthcare carriage. We have to move, we have to drive fastly for the needed place. And throughout this movement, we need to have all of the equipment that will be working so that the patient will receive the help that they need. And so that the patient would basically survive. And you have said nicely that NHS is actually the organization that has been driven by data. We are the strategic procurer of the medical services throughout all Ukraine, and NHS is currently procuring the medical services from all of the medical establishment that will be provided to each and every patient. Thus, it's not that the patients are going to pay for that, but the state will pay throughout the NHS. And they're just the same concerning the medicines that we're buying currently in the program Available Medicine. So speaking about the using data, using open data, opening the data and what impact it has for us, well, first of all, focusing that we have a couple of the categories of stakeholders that will use the open data. First of all, in the center of it all, we have our patient. Patient drives the demand, drives the need for medical services, and the patient has to understand what is going on in the sphere overall. So information has to be provided to the client, to the patient. Basically, all of the development of NHS, all of the development of the financial reform and the reform of the budgeting of the healthcare system is being built on client-centric model, on the patient-centric model. When we have started the reform at the primary chain, at the primary medicine, we have launched it together with the digitalization of the system. We have created a digital system of healthcare that gives us all of the data right now, transfers all of the paper-based data into digital format so that we can track the reform pace. What does it give to the patient? The open data that can be found in the electronic healthcare system, they can be found also at the site of NHS, so they can find some useful information that you can see at the dashboards. We have 19 dashboards with very different information, so each one of you can take a look at this information at our websites. Plus, we also have this information as open sets. We now have 8 data sets. Some of those data sets are among the top data sets at the open data ratings for the patients. For the patient, it's very interesting to know, first of all, where they can receive medical help, medical aid, where they have additional family doctors available. What already, like, who has the needed amount of practice? Like, there's no additional places for registrations. What family doctors still have places to get registered with? They need to know how they can receive the medicines based on the Accessible Medicines program. The patient has to know some other information, like, for example, where they can receive the professional and specialized medical services. What are the establishments that have contracted with NHS that will help them to receive the services? And that will help them to receive the services free of charge. That is what is important for the patient. The other group of the stakeholders that is currently using data effectively for the NHS data, those are the doctors. The doctors and other medical workers, and also the managers of the hospitals and the chief doctors. This data is being used for the need of the stakeholders. What are the examples of that kind of usage of the data? For example, there has been a lot of manipulations on that the state does not pay properly. Like we don't have enough money because the state hasn't paid what they should have. Well, when we have started to open the data sets on the payments that have been provided for by NHS to every specific hospital, we didn't have those questions in place ever at all, because there are some certain manipulations by the main executives, by the managers, by the chief doctors. They couldn't be hidden anymore. They couldn't be hidden anymore, because basically they already have seen that the payment for the certain period and the certain amount of money has been delivered on location. So there were money there, and this is all of the other things are manipulation or mismanagement of the establishments. The other important stakeholder that we have is the state and the state authority, the state bodies. The state uses this data of the e-system of NHS to provide additional decisions, to provide the decision-making process. What we had before and what we still have. This is what is called the medical statistics. Those are reports, forms, certificates, figures. The figures are huge sometimes. And basically, based on these figures, we were building up the budgeting policy for the overall healthcare sphere. We didn't have any other data available. What the state has now. State now has the data on the servicing of each single patient available right now. So we now, from the heights of the state, we can get to every single patient and to outline how many services have been ordered, how many services factually this person received and needed. Out of examples that we currently have, For example, starting from April 1st this year, we have already contracted the secondary level of the reform. So now we get into the professional and specialized medical services. The NHS, as a procurer in many packages of medical services, have already procured the medical services available. Thus, we have all of the payments that are needed into the system. There is a service, there is a certain report on it in the system, and we pay in that. After a certain period of time, we have seen whether our order has been fulfilled as a state for the certain amount of services. For example, if we're speaking about providing the diagnosis, we understand that they're underused. Like this amount of the services that have been provided to us by the establishments, it's not needed really. We have received in December the huge leftover that is going to get back to the budget. So we now can monitor that. In order for this not to lose this money as we've had it before, we have provided the amendments for the reallocation of this money at the next session of the Cabinet of Ministries. We've increased the tariffs for the children's oncology by 4 or 7 times. So this is the decision that is made by the state so that the money would be effectively spent from one services that has been underused because of many different reasons, but it have been underused under many different reasons. So we've just replaced this money for the other reasons. So that is the movement that the state will take.
For the next year, the calculation of the necessary medical services will be conducted according to the data from the e-system of healthcare. So unfortunately for today, the calculation was done according to the medical statistics, because the data emerged this year only. But I already witnessed that the picture, which has also been imposed on, is always a bit different, that the money was not distributed in a proper way. And in lots of cases, there were just manipulations. Yeah, we can see that the healthcare system, the open data is already playing a very important role of a leverage of which services we get and what's the quality of the services are in the hospitals. It's really cool. Well, I'd like to pose my own question, but if maybe you notice, sometimes I'm looking into my cell phone, not just because I'm messaging with someone, but just because all of the questions can be posed in Facebook under the video of broadcast. And we got the first question for the NHS. Igor said that nobody knows when the financial reporting will be opened, but we don't know that. But there is the question for the NHS. So, how can we see the availability of the procured medicine which we can find in the hospitals? Honestly, I don't know how to answer it. Maybe you know. Well, look, the reform of the financing is gradually implemented. As for the part how to provide the people with the medicine, in the administration of the NHS is only one program, Accessible Medicine. This is the treatment of the diseases of asthma, diabetes, and cardiovascular diseases. So there is not such a long list which is covered by this program. All of the rest programs so far haven't come under our administration, so we don't see those data in the system. But we now have the support of the civil NGOs. In particular, we are now cooperating with the project 100% of Life. And there is such a project which has the name of... Well, it had historically different names, but altogether is the e-stop, how we look at the excess or remnants of the medicines in different hospitals. So now we are preparing the integration of this project with the e-system of healthcare to see the connection of the ordered medical service from the NHS and the availability of the procured medicine, which are necessary to provide this service in the hospitals. Again, not to have then the certain attitude to the patients. We won't provide the service because we don't have the medicine. The price of the medicine and of the service should be comprehensive. The patient came, he or she doesn't have to think about anything. He has to be provided with He doesn't have to take any certificates and documents and to go to the drugstore. The integration is planned for the next year. So far, we don't have such data. We have the data about the accessible medicine, the number of the receipts, and also where they are created, most of all, where you can find the medicine. These data can be found both in the dashboards and in the format of the open data as well. Oh, nice. So maybe this is the question for Igor as well. Well, Katya stole the question, but you mentioned this question, so in fact I'd like to answer. The question when the financial reporting data will become open. There are two components. First of all, in spite of the financial reporting for the taxation service and the state statistical service, they don't open it because they care about the confidentiality and privacy, we can find this data at the black market. So if you're ready to spend money and to find this financial reporting in the black market and to make it aware for everyone, to make it public, they will be formally open, not by the legislation but in the practice. But secondly, the legislation for the real opening of the financial reporting is totally ready. The first Deputy Minister of Justice, Yevgen Horovets, said at the working meeting that the Ministry of Justice doesn't see any legal obstacles to open the data. So the decree of the Prime Minister, and this data will be open just in a month. We just need political will. But this will should be as a decree of the Prime Minister, in the form of the decree. I do apologize to steal your question. I'm just feeling myself a thief. I'm ashamed. Not such a good moderator. But still, I will come back to Dmitro, because I've got one more question which worries me. We're speaking about the transformation by the state for the citizens, but still, what's with the business? How open data and the data altogether change the interaction with the business. The drugstores are joining the program of accessible medicine, so I always had this question which was the most interesting for me in the NHS case. Well, here we have several cases and examples of interaction. First of all, the technical implementation of the e-system of healthcare, which was a bit taken from the architecture of Prozorro, where we have the central database which is administered and developed by the state, where we have the medical information systems, which are the representatives of business. Those are the systems which provide the services for the end users. And in fact, in this way, the e-system of healthcare united the state and the business. But as for the support for the business from the perspective of the open data, undoubtedly, the open data for the reimbursement of the medicine, which are included in the accessible medicine program, they are interesting for the pharmaceutical business that is used to conduct certain research, to plan their activities, and so on. So in fact, the whole logics of the reform is created to transform so-called budget institutions, I mean public ones, not just to make them budget, but to make them communal, non-commercial enterprises. Those are the enterprises which need to plan their work, which need to become successful, who have to compete between themselves. And in fact, this is the task of the management of these organizations. We are constantly suggesting them the data about themselves. So the manager needs to understand what is going on in his enterprise, how his employees are working. So we are suggesting the info about the similar enterprises, so the manager, the medical manager, can see that the treatment of this disease in his institution has the average term of 2 weeks, but in the similar institution for 3 days only. So the tariff is the same, but the expenses of the stay of the patient for 2 weeks or 3 days are totally different. Those are the cases of the surgery, laparoscopical, and those of the surgeries. So some of the laparoscopy could be over in during the day, so the patient doesn't have to stay in the hospital for several days. So the manager of the institution, of medical institution, needs to use this info. It's not such simple process because we have the institutional memory that the hospitals are the state budget institutions and the state must sponsor them. The more beds, the better it is. You should allocate the money. But we are living under the conditions of the limited resources and funding, so we need to allocate the money where they are really needed. But the managers need to take their decisions to spend them as efficient as possible. Thank you. I would like to come to Vasil, but I have one more question for the NHS. So, Vasil, we will make this panel a bit longer because we're having some debatable questions and the most interesting questions for you. The question for the NHS. Attention. Do you provide or conduct the monitoring? How many people are using the open data to get free medicine or treatment? So, do you monitor the use of the dashboards? How many people are using that? Do you monitor how many people are downloading and just viewing the data at the open data portal and so on? Yes, we monitor this information. The views of the dashboards in a monthly equivalent are approximately 150,000 views. And again, we are optimizing those dashboards on a permanent basis because they need to be user-friendly. So, you need to understand them, and the common citizen should understand them. It won't be that easy to explain such a logics for the patient who needs to get to know where's the closest family doctor is. This is what we consider. We conduct polls and surveys, and as for the data, the amount of the data is increasing on a permanent basis. So we are having the medical data and we'll expand the data sets which are published at the open data. So we need to give the data about the healthcare, medical cases. All of that should be within the legislation about the confidentiality and privacy of the medical data. This is the zest of ours because we do care about that. We don't have only personal but medical info, which is very sensitive. Thank you. I do hope that the viewer who posed this question is happy with this answer. But let us still begin to speak with Vasil. Why it was important for me to invite Vasil to this panel discussion? Because when we're speaking about the construction, the roads, the healthcare sphere, it's relatively recent data. So we can see certain stories and cases. We can see and hear and calculate and measure certain indicators, but not long enough to speak about such a whole transformation which took place. So in fact, you can ask about that, you could speak about that with Vasil, because Prozoro has open data for a long time, and it's interesting for me. What could you see an impact of in the beginning of this story when you planned it with the open data like this? And how is it happening now? What's the impact now? Has your understanding of KPI changed? What surprised you? That's what I'm interested about. What used to be and what's your attitude now? Super, thank you so much for the question. It's so pleasant to hear such an impression and assessment of Prozoro teamwork. This is really a huge team. And I was listening to the colleagues of mine answering your question. The main thought which occurred to me was that though we are all saying that data is the new oil, to open data is the new resource, but as well as with the oil, for this oil to become the fuel, which is used by the vehicle, we need to spend certain efforts. Oil itself is not interesting for us. We're interested in the vehicle. We're interested in the products brought to the stores. We are interested in the sick people who are brought to the hospitals in a timely manner, and so on. So since the beginning of Prozoro existence, our task was not just to increase the amount of data in the system, but the focus upon the use of these data and the impact onto the procurement sphere. In the beginning, it was the number of the participants who were taking part in the public procurement, because before Prozoro emerged, we could get to know about the procurement only in the paper newspaper. This was the whole volume of papers where you could read about the procurement. But now you can look it up in the e-system. Since the very beginning, just about a year and a half when the system existed, the number of the participants of the system was doubled, or maybe 2.5 times more. We cannot know the exact number because we didn't have the baseline before Prozoro. But we are trying, first of all, to focus upon the, I'd say, human-centric indicators. That is, what the people really use. For instance, in March this year, there were certain lockdown restrictions introduced for the country. The procurement also felt this impact. At the international market, everybody said that the procurement had a kind of a situation of the Wild West, because the procurers began to fight for the products. There were not enough of suppliers at the market. That was the international situation, and Ukraine, from the perspective of the organization of the procurement process, turned out to be at the very high level. A couple of figures. Thanks to the opening of the data about the needs of the healthcare institutions and of the medicine equipment, thanks to the opening of the data about the current level of pricing, we managed to increase the number of suppliers for 600%, and those people began to sell their products for the state. We had 5 times increase of the products suggested and offered by the private companies through Prozoro Market. This is the e-store for the system of the public procurers. And it has instantly been reflected at the level of the procuring prices. Though we had this kind of a skyrocketing increase in the beginning of April, the end of the March, because of the opening of the data and the demonstration of the attractive market, the situation has changed. Well, of course, for us it's important to look at quantitative indicators of the opening of new data for the analysis, the number of clicks, which we also measure, the click rate, the number of users of these or those tools. But from my perspective, first of all, we need to focus upon the indicators which can measure the efficiency of the work of this or that system. We are now speaking about the economy, about the number of the patients who were provided support in a timely manner. We're speaking about the efficiency of the money used for the construction, or about the speed of application of financial reporting to the state, or the number of successful businesses which were founded basing upon the data about the financial reporting. That's what I wanted to say. Well, I don't know. As far as I followed the Facebook, I still missed and skipped the info about such nice figures. Well, there is so much things going on in Facebook. It's not such a complicated thing to miss that. But this story includes a different component. Besides the opening of the data about public procurement, we also get the impact onto the state. If we come to the philosophical level of our discussion, the issue of opening of the data is not the technical issue of today. That is the issue of the reconstruction of the mechanism of interaction of the citizens with the state. Up to a certain extent, this is the invention of those ancient Greek policies at the new level. every citizen gets the mechanism of impact onto the state, and that's how he or she needs the data to take more efficient and timely and proper decisions at any stage of interaction with the state. That is why, if we speak about the procurement, the opening of the data is not always so pleasant. It could be rather unpleasant surprises. We do remember the situation how the Kiev state administration, city administration, in the end of March or beginning of April, was trying to procure video cameras, CCTVs, cameras which would measure temperature of the pedestrians. I'm not a specialist in the healthcare, but what I read in the media, this is not the widely disseminated tool to fight COVID. So I think that as the data was open, people saw that this procurement was cancelled, and we are thankful to the people who were affiliated to that, and we consider that it also was the kind of a victory of opening of the data. This is the quality case which shows how the opening of the data helps us to impact the state.
That was very interesting for me. It's a lesson what you said at the very beginning, that, opening data is not about that technical stuff. And, like a lot of people are addressing us, and a lot of countries from our regions are addressing us, and they say, we have heard a lot of cool things about Ukraine. You have some really good, nice international results, and they're asking us a question like, how did you do your open data portal? And basically, when they're mentioning this cool indicators and they're asking a very technical question, specific technical question overall, then I believe like they're taking the grounds from out of my feet, because I'm also asking that it's not about the portal itself, it's the change of the culture. It's change of the culture, how the state considers its job, how it's communicated, and whether it is how it is being built, because the data can show how badly the state works and how much they risk to be open if the civil society will find some mistakes, failures, or even betrayals. So, because the state can say yes, that was a mistake. Yes, thank you very much for outlining it, because I do not know those cases, even though abroad, these are the managers of the data, they have told us, like from the UK, that they're really grateful for the civil society when they find the mistakes and failures. So right now we're increasing the level of culture, but I believe we have a lot of things to go through. Yes, I agree with you. Yes, it's a cultural process. Yes, I knew that. I've seen that. From my point of view, that is a very important step-by-step process. We will get farther and farther. So, step by step, we will get more and more people. We will provide more and more people with the opportunity to influence the state. And I believe that up till the 15th century, the books have been rewritten in the monasteries, and they have only been read by some certain people. Like the library of the Patriarch of Byzantium, there has a listed of hundred of books, and it was super cool for the 6th or the 7th century. Jürgen Gutenberg, when he has created his printer Verstat, he's actually created the number of people who could read radically. The radio that was invented at the end of the 19th century also increased the amount of people who are able to learn and who are able to influence the state with that. And currently, what do we see right now? That with the rise of internet and technologies, the amount of people who are now able to retrieve information is growing fastly. Yes, of course, we understand that there is a certain desacralization of the power, of the authority. It's not about Socrates or Plato who are making their discussions, but it gives us the opportunity to influence this decision directly from your phone, just being online. And I know that this question of the open data is not the technical question. It's a question of the worldview and mind frame. Yes, thank you. And I'm really happy that, we're changing the mind frame already. We're changing this mind frame for the state and for our citizens. Because when you're now addressing certain minister or some person who's working that, and you're talking to them about open data, they don't have the surprised eyes looking at you like, what do they want from me? Do they want me to go to space, or do you want me, I don't know, to get them some kind of a typical flower? I'll pass the floor to Igor at this moment, because I believe I just wanted to add up to what Vasil has said. It's just that in a specific case, because it transformed the collaboration between the state and the citizen. Speaking on big construction, the state architectural and construction services are being terminated, and they provide additional new services in the region. So it was very flat structure, a certain number of people on every region. What Alexander Tereshchenko, the founder of the NORA services, did, he works with open data. So what did he do? Based on these queries on improvement, he has calculated what will be the overall moment for each region. It's not a flat structure. There has to be a different amount of tasks for each region. So he did it in Facebook. They've corrected the data to the site that the analytic has provided to them. This is just a very nice thing of what you said. Yes, thank you very much. I will just, give it back to you. I'll pass it back to you because like many times when we're talking about open data, we're considering it as one of 4 important components. But in my opinion, and like in the opinion of the international community, in my opinion, when we're transforming the governance and society, there has to be all 4 components included. We are speaking about digitalization of the service provision to the citizens. And yes, that is an important element. And we've discussed it thoroughly when Dmytro was telling us about the NHS. But on the other hand, we are speaking about digitalization of how the state and business collaborate. Another example, by the way, that also was mentioning the opening and publishing of the financial reporting. So facilitating, simplifying the data for the businesses and for the analytics. On the third side, we also have this example that Igor has already mentioned. This is digitalization of the governance itself. So improving the governance itself. There is this so-called term that is called the GovTech. So as FinTech as we've had, so now it's like we have this GovTech, techie-based governance. And I still believe hope that we will publish our legislation at GitHub, and you can see all of the story, all of the track the changes in the technical way. The people with the tech-savvy people will know what I mean by now. But overall, after all of that, there is still a part of it that says that e-democracy, so this is the portal, the leverage of how the citizen can influence the state. Because overall, what we really want are simple things. We want to know what is going on in the site. We really want to see that transparently and nicely. We want to have the services provided to us. We want them to be effective and productive. We want them to cost less and provide more effect. We want the services to be inclusive so that we will be able to communicate with the state with the maximum amount of citizens. It doesn't really matter who you are, where you are, and what you do. And we really wanted to do that in a safe way. Private data, ecology-wise. So we really want to combine those 4 things, and these 4 directions, those 4 pillars are the basis of how the open data influences the state and the world overall. I wanted to wrap it up, but I changed my mind because this basically was the better closing remarks than I have thought for myself. So thank you very much, Vasil. Thank you very much. I haven't had a tick in my heart a bit. I was inspired by what you've said. So thank you very much for saying that. What I else wanted to say, I can't have no more time for questions because we have even taken slightly more time for this panel. But I would like to ask our distinguished speakers, when all of it will end up, please take a look at our Facebook broadcast, and maybe there has been some kind of interesting question that we've lost. So please, maybe you will comment it. Maybe you can answer that in comments, if it will be okay for you. Another point that I wanted to say, dear colleagues, because the ministries of the digital transformation is measuring the impact, and it's one of the key tasks for the Ministry of Digital Transformation. And on Monday, we will start evaluating the impact of the state architecture inspection services. Then we go the road infrastructure, then healthcare. We would like to have a couple of this kind of researches because we want to build up the systematic approach to that. And moreover, we want to translate it into English. We want to communicate on what is going on in Ukraine. And I want no other people asking me how to do the open data portal. We want to communicate our successes properly. We want to improve the image of our state at the world level, at the international level. We want to show what transformation are happening in our society because of the open data. I'm really grateful to all panelists. I'm satisfied today. I have heard answers to all of my questions, and thank you very much. Then I think we can wrap up. Thank you. Thank you, Katarina. Thank you, Katarina. Thank you, dear speakers. Thank you, Ihor, Svetoslav, Dmitro, and Vasil. Thank you very much. And we have, and by the way, Katerina has said, by the way, I would like to once again invite all of you to participate in our presentation, in our broadcastings. You can choose either English or Ukrainian broadcast at our site, and you can have any questions asked in Facebook. And as Katerina has promised, even after the presentation will end up throughout all of the day, I do hope that you will receive the answers throughout the day. We will need 2, 3, or even more, 5 minutes. So you just like showing me just okay. There's not 5 minutes. That was just a sign. Okay, so. Okay, we will just need around like 2 minutes and we will continue in our broadcast and our conference. So we are getting ready for the next presentation and the next moderator. So, dear friends, today we'll continue in our broadcasting. We're on air, so if you're following us at any of the resources that is comfortable for you, thank you very much for being with us today. And I would like to invite once again Katerina Oniliogui, who is the Open Data Team Lead for the Transparency and Accountability in Public Administration and Services program. Katerina, I would like to invite you once again back to the stage. Like this, the fan club for Katerina. I didn't manage even to get out of the stage. I didn't manage to make a photo with the speakers of my panel, and I really needed to get back to you. Well, basically, you know that today we're going to having this open data for the state servants. You can already find those series at DIA Digital Education Portal. Please take a look at this site. You can already start watching this series. We have 13 series, the 13 series of the educational series on open data for the state officials. By the way, Valeria Ionant, who should have been here, is standing here instead of me, because in our country, she is the main person who is in the sphere of digital education. Unfortunately, she had some certain emergencies to cope with, so basically she has delegated this task to me, but I really wanted to thank her team, and I would really wanted to thank her personally, so that they've collaborated with us really strongly, and now we have this opportunity. Okay, not just that we have this opportunity, but every state official in our country has the opportunity to know what open data is, how to form the effective policies, and also how to effectively engage your users to the open data sphere. And by the way, I've had this dream for a longest period of time that what we have to do is what we need is a complex educational course. To do that, I didn't really want a person to read throughout 25 methodological recommendations. I really didn't want, together with my team, for the people to be going on different resources sources and searching for information. We had a vision that open data has to be trained in a different way. When you're learning about the open data, it has to be interesting, it has to be interactive, it has to be even funny and interesting in a way. So that is why we're making open data on. Okay, I should switch a little bit. Okay, so that is why we decided to make this kind of series in the format of the TV series. So what did we do? Why are we trying to move me all the time? Okay, but what we really wanted to do, we've invited the best practitioners and experts on open data to create the 13 series. The 13 episodes. I'm really happy that we had not only the activists and the experts, but we also had the representatives of the local authorities, and you'll be able to meet people from Kharkiv, from Zaporizhia, from Lviv, from other cities of Ukraine. And those were the specific people who are opening this data and then give you the opportunity to share of their experiences with other people. And that was very important for me also, that this course has been certified. We have the first certified course on open data. And what it means for us, it means for us that every public official, every public servant at each ministry, at each local authority, at each governmental body, at each amalgamated community, they can take this course and they can be awarded with credits. It's not only about training, it's about capacity building and the professional training. And what I've already said, it consists of 13 episodes. The course consists of 13 episodes. We're starting from theoretical things to practical things. You might learn about what the legislation is, what you should know about Ukrainian legislation on open data. Then there's also the huge part, the technical part, about how to work with data, on how to prepare them for being published, how to work with the open data portal that we have already discussed a lot today. And the third part of it is what is something that is connected to the main topic of our forum on impact. How can you communicate the potential open data users, when you should do that, how you should do that, and how you should do that, what kind of events you should do, what kind of hackathons you can do, and even tell you that in this series. And moreover, how you can use this data on your own to build up your policies, to resolve those issues in the society. So that is why I really want you, or all of you, if you know, maybe there are some people who are now watching us. If you know some public servants who really needs to watch this series, educational series, please direct them to the DIA Digital Education site and recommend it to your friend, to the friend who are working in public administration, to pass that course. And I really want to ask you to show the video how we were working on this course. This is the backstage video, and I hope that you'll enjoy it. Before that, we had the course Open Data for Businesses, where we've taught businesses of how to use the state data. But right now, we're making a course up for the public officials, for them to know how they can publish the data in high quality that can be used by businesses later on. So the cool case is like, for example, offering the data on the movement of the public transportation in the real time. So you can understand when the trams are coming, for example, and they plan their time and they know when their public transportation is going to come. So the main aim for the digital transformation in the open data sphere is to Ukraine to become one of the top 3 countries on the opening data up till 2024. So that is why we're making this series, Open Data for Public Service, for public administrators and public service, because it gives us the opportunity to teach lots of informational managers in a convenient way for them. Okay, I really like those backstage videos because, they look fun and nice, but basically the filming process was really complex and hard. Well, just to sum up, just to end up, I just wanted to thank those 20 experts that have given their time to participate in that have shared their knowledge with us throughout this project, and who now, through their knowledge and their experience, will now teach the public officials throughout all of the territory of Ukraine of how to use and publish open data wisely. Thank you very much, and I hope you're not going to see me at the stage anymore. Okay, thank you, Katerina, thank you very much. Why do you think we do hope that we will also see you on the stage again? Because you're just like your energy and your mood really enjoy your mood and energy. But right now, once again, we'll need another minute for us to get prepared for the next panel discussion that we're about to have. It's going to be also a very interesting panel discussion, as interesting as you have seen before. 1 minute of pause, and we will continue.
So, dear friends, we're going on with our live air, our forum. Thank you again for everybody who is staying online with us. And this is the real number of our real friends who are offline here in the center of Kiev. So, during the previous panel discussion, we were speaking about the impact of open data. For the state authorities, the next discussion will be more devoted to the impact of open data onto the lives of the citizens. How the open data can help to solve daily issues and problems of you and me, of usual Ukrainians, the citizens of our country. So we do invite our speakers, and let me invite the moderator first of our panel discussion about the increase of impact, empowering citizens and solving public problems. I do invite Boris Davydenko, who's editor-in-chief of Liga.net. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Davydenko. Now I'm inviting the speakers of our panel discussion. So, please meet Oleg Drobot, Deputy Mayor for Digital Transformation, member of the Executive Committee of Kharkiv City Council. Hello. We do invite Irina Chernysh, who is the co-founder of Save EcoBot, the first in Ukraine, the ecological or environmental chatbot. Hello, happy to see you. Denis Dmitrov, founder of Shtrafa.ua, one of the most popular apps for the monitoring and payment of fines in Ukraine. Denis, could I ask you instantly, can we change anything through your system? No, we cannot. And Dana Denisenko, the project coordinator of Loon.ua, one of the biggest real estate portals in Ukraine. So, Boris, please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Hello. Dear participants, hello. Dear viewers in the studio and the viewers online. As it was already mentioned, the topic of our discussion is empowering citizens and impact onto the life of the people, of lives of the people, solving of public problems, and the increase of efficiency. So, as I was already introduced, I'm the editor-in-chief, but I feel myself as a journalist. I will play the role of the skeptical journalist, the devil's advocate, who will be very skeptical about everything you're telling me. And honestly speaking, for me, I have all of the journalists' reasons for that. I will explain what I mean. But about 3 or 4 years ago, I was the head of Vox Ukraine. Maybe we were one of the first, that is the NGO, which... Well, we were working with the open data. We were creating certain projects, media projects, various promotion of them, popularization, the research, the investigations. But honestly speaking, besides the attention of the readers, they did not change a lot. That was interesting. We got likes, we got clicks. But what can be named as a real impact, it did not exist. 4 to 5 years passed, and it seems to me there are certain projects now which have this impact, but still the number of pieces of news for something new to emerge, to open, and real changes cannot be compared. That is why I'm very skeptical about the efficiency of the use of open data in Ukraine. And I have a piece of hope that you will convince us in the opposite. Or maybe not. Maybe I will persuade you as a journalist. And I will just make you sick of my questions. Okay. The first question is for Oleg Drobot. Oleg, you're a deputy mayor of Kharkiv for digital transformation. So maybe you, how can I say, maybe have, well, not the biggest, but the closest audience is of inhabitants of Kharkiv. Would you please tell a bit about the projects? How did the life of the Kharkiv inhabitants change thanks to your work with the data? In a nutshell, we can see a huge potential in the opening of the data. We are now speaking about lots of projects, numerous projects. We have the project which can be announced as a very nice one. We opened the data about the traffic, trolleybuses and trams, and the business also supported it. And now the city inhabitants can get to know at the bus stops when their trolleybus or tram were coming. So it's a very cool case, because since the first day, thousands of Kharkiv inhabitants, or maybe 1 million of Kharkiv inhabitants, used this service, so maybe 4 million times, I would say. But we are creating the fundamental systematic story. We have this certain project team which opens all the data of the city and opens not only for the external world but the internal as well. We understood this is a very nice service for the departments, communal enterprises. This is a very active support of our colleagues within the city council, and in each department there is a responsible person, an authorized person. We've got an internal school for the opening of the data, and we created a service for the future, the internal service of access to the data which circulate within the city council. So we can see the tendency. The business comes to us, the mapping service is coming to us. We understand that in the future we are opening dozens or maybe hundreds of various projects. But what do you need at the level of bigger cities or medium-sized cities for you or your colleagues in other cities to be working more efficiently with the data? What bothers you, interferes you? Well, the political will of the head of the city, of the board. If they don't have the political will, we don't have the opening of the data, but we have it in Kharkiv. The systematic functional structure, which deals with that on a daily basis and hourly basis even, and we need to do it in this way. And the diplomatic interconnections within the system, because really we need to make deals about the opening of the data with the colleagues, and we need to do that through this aim to provide the high-quality service for the city inhabitants and the increase of the efficiency. We try to take any head of the department or communal enterprise to be excited with this topic and to see its efficiency. We need to combine those issues, but if it's done in a non-systematic way, it won't be working. As for the measurement of the impact, do you have any KPIs? When the head of the city says, well, it's okay, it's enough. We've opened enough data, we have lots of impact, and that's enough. Well, we understand that there cannot be the ending of this story, because we've calculated data sets, and we calculated more than 1,000 data sets in Kharkiv. The KPI will be, of course, the opening of the certain number of data sets for the overall number of this data, and of course we'll open the most priority, the biggest priority cases and data sets. We are planning to launch the new portal of open data. We'll calculate the visits on this portal at the previous portal of ours, when we began to deal with this in the systematic way, for 300,000%. I don't also understand this figure, but still, 300,000%. So it was not relevant, but now we have 200,000 applications of citizens who are coming to this portal. This is how we are going to measure it, and we're working with other services, the mapping services, for instance, and we are asking them to calculate how many customers of theirs are using these data sets. This is how we measure it now, the impact, I mean. Thank you. Well, I think we'll come back to Kharkiv later. And now let's go on with the city topic. Anna Denisenko, you've got a very interesting position. The social project coordinator of Loon UA. If I'm not mistaken, the Loon UA is about the business, about the money, the portal which helps to sell real estate. But this are some social projects in the business which helps to sell real estate. So in a nutshell, what do you tell? What's your position in Loon? What do you do, and how is it connected with the data? Thank you. It's so pleasant that I'm working in this socially responsible business. And why is that needed by Loon? We are the Kiev IT company. We are working in Kiev. We are living in Kiev, and we are planning to go on living in Kiev. We are planning to bring up our children in Kiev. And we are not indifferent to what we see around us. What's the quality of the city spaces around us? How the residence buildings are looking like? Do they have green zones around them? What's the length of the commute time, and so on? And that is why a year and a half ago we launched the project of the city research Loon City, which I coordinate. I was trying to think of my position, the name of my position, and I decided that I'm the coordinator. So, thanks to this project, we would like to make the vast audience aware about the idea what the comfortable space is, that it consists of the city space, of the convenient residence, which is not only some box with the windows and doors, that it's more of a place where it's comfortable, where you have green zones and kindergartens. So, to solve this issue, first of all, we need to calculate, to measure this issue, because we may say that it's so bad with the green zones, with the city, but how bad it is? So to provide an answer, we need to calculate and to measure. That's what we do. This is the idea. We are communicating now about the impact. Which impact do you see? And coming back to the business, in the end of the day, in the certain iteration, is this the increase of sales or profits? It could also be the aim of your project, but there could be also a different aim. As for the impact, do you aim the measurement of your impact? How do you do that? And as I asked Oleg, what will make you happier? That you accomplished your aim or on your way to accomplishment? Well, I think that we will feel ourselves happier if Kiev constructs more high-quality and convenient residence buildings to go along the street and to enjoy what you see around yourself. That the newly built buildings don't bring certain negative emotions, but bring to some positive ones. So in fact, Kiev has such a situation now that all of the new construction sites have a very negative attitude towards them because there are lots of negative cases. So we'd like those negative cases to be fewer and the high-quality residence buildings, which gives us a gift of positive emotions, to be more numerous. But I understand that the wonders, the miracles, are not that rapid to take place. So we are not expecting that we are working for 2 years only and then everything is changed. This is a long-term process. We will be popularizing this topic, and we do hope that in the perspective our work will achieve certain result. If I remembered correctly, you are working for a year and a half, or even more. So maybe 1, 2, or 3 most resonant and needed projects which you accomplished. From your opinion, that they will have this long-term impact, what could that be? A very popular among the readers is the topic of the quality of greening of the space, as we have different cliches. There is a stereotype that Kiev is a green city. There is a stereotype which is the opposite, that Kiev doesn't have any green areas at all and no parks at all. So to provide the answer onto this question, we provided the analysis and calculated for each point what's the number of green areas which are accessible for this or that point, and this is how we created the lookout and showed where there's not enough of green areas, where there's more than enough, where we need to create more green zones. This is one of the examples. Now, yesterday, in fact, we've launched a new project, the calculator of the air quality live. This is the weird thing just in front of me. This is not the selfie stick, but maybe you can use it as well as a selfie stick. This is the measurement station for the air quality. So we created the interactive map where you can see how the wind is blowing, which can bear and carry different particles of dirt and dust. And we can see how the situation is changing in the city. It's really pleasant that this project, though we launched it yesterday only, but it has already attracted lots of attention, and we'll try to make it even more useful, interesting, and convenient for the use. Irina, and would you please tell about your relationship with the city? Does the city help you? Or vice versa, it does not help you? The data it provides are okay, or you're sitting during the nights and processing manually all the data packages because they are of low quality? What do you tell about the communication and relationship, interaction with the city? Would you maybe recommend something for LEG for Kharkiv to have certain similar projects? There can be different situations with the data. Sometimes our requests can get the scanned tables with the stamp, and this is considered to be open data already. And I need to respond that I do apologize, but these data is not that easy to digitalize. And there were certain cases that I needed to spend several days in the archive to find some open data and to take pictures of every page of this so-called open data for my cell phone, and then we digitalized all of that. But there are some positive situations and cases when you send the request and tomorrow you send everything you need and they ask, what else do you need? So the situation, as it seems to me, is changing. I do hope for the better. And the bigger is the request from the society, from the civil society, from the initiatives for the open data, the more complicated it will be to hide them, to conceal them. And it will be easier for everybody to use them. Thank you, Irina. Thank you. Anna, I do apologize. I was already thinking about Irina. I do apologize. So, you are the co-founder of Save Echo Bot. So we can understand out of the name of this bot that you do something with the ecology. So it seems to me, and it's my subjective opinion, and maybe it's not that true, that in Kiev People remember about environment only when they burn the leaves during the autumns and the smog is rising all over the city. So would you tell how open data is used and can help to solve environmental issues? How do you plan or how you already accomplish that? Thank you so much. Well, in fact, I would like to contradict you instantly, because our project was created 2 years ago. And in fact, it has been created to help people like us, people who are concerned with the pollution of the environment, to solve that in the systematic matter. So the topic of the impact of open data is my favorite one. So to tell further on about certain precise and peculiar cases, I'd like to focus upon what Save EcoBot is. That's the service which tells the people about the pollution, the polluters, and the tools of impact for the pollution to be mitigated and for the environment to be safer. We've got dozens of data sets which give you an opportunity in the same place to see the aggregated data about the pollution. We've got the services and e-bots in Telegram Messenger, in Viber, in Facebook Messenger, the map of the quality and air pollution. We are the biggest aggregator of the air quality data, and we have more than 20 platforms which collect this info. We aggregate this data and we give people the opportunity live through the Facebook Messenger, through any other chatbots, or maybe at the pollution map, to see what's the situation now with the air. Then we've got the data which give the people the opportunity to see any permits and any documents of permits for certain polluters. It's very important during the advocacy campaigns on the environmental protection, when the person needs to protect his or her right for the clean and safe environment as for the bigger polluter, some corporation or the company. For that you need all of the entry data, which permits were issued for them, when are they acting, what's the time, the expiration time of their permits, when do they plan the reconstruction. And the main function of ours, we are working with the register of the impact assessment onto the environment. This is the tool which gives an opportunity for the people to take part, that is to prevent pollution. I will explain that in simple words. The person on the planning stage of a certain case, of a certain enterprise or polluter. For instance, I am planning to construct a certain station which will pollute the air, or to expand a certain place of waste disposal, or to extract uranium. I am the citizen who, thanks to the Constitution of Ukraine, through to the Aarhus Convention, through to the estimation on the environment impact, I can take part in that and say, okay, you're planning to construct that, but you need to install the air cleaning equipment. You need to monitor the system of cleaning, and then to provide the greening, and so on and so forth. So to monitor the registers, to have the timely opportunity for the person to take part in this process, and the most important thing, to totally be correspondent to all of the complicated legislation procedures. This is how we provide those automatic notifications, including the templates of the certain complaints and remarks. The person doesn't need to fill up any bureaucratic figures, addresses, or tables, so the person can timely do that. That when the person can timely take part in that, he gets the template, writes down all of the remarks, and prevents the pollution of the environment. This is how we created our initiative. Thanks to our bot, thanks to the open data, we made the biggest industrial polluter to provide the environmental works for more than 1 billion of hryvnia.
If I can, I'd also intervene with the impact, because you have already told us about the idea, about the essence of idea, and got to the results of what you have seen. But let's get into details about that. As far as I remember, you have been telling us about the biggest case that you've had. Well, yes, it was our specific case. But if we would like to say about the other cases that have been done later on, that have been already done with our help, with the Save EcoBots, then we can already say about the issue of the Darnica heating electrical station. We can already discuss the issues of the DMZ plants in Dnipro. Okay, yeah, but can you tell us how does it work on practice? For example, I live in Dnipro, and at my balcony there is the blue smoke coming to my balcony. What should I do? So you open any of the messenger that is the most comfortable for you. You're searching for the Save EcoBots, and you're finding for the pollution level of what is going on there. You can see that there is pollution there. And you can see that the pollution that is happening around you is happening because of some certain specific industrial polluter. So you check the information with the code, with the state registered code, or with the title of the enterprise. You can check out what is the situational updates on the enterprises. Do they have any permitting procedures that you can participate as a citizen and thus prevent the future pollution, or to mitigate the existing pollution? Speaking on figures, so currently the Save EcoBot has already worked out with more than 15 million automatic notifications. So the people have created already more than 122,000 subscriptions to the specific locations on pollution, to the specific plants or enterprises. And the bot constantly notifying them that at this very moment you have the opportunity to influence. You have this impact moment for you. You're doing something important. You're not just checking it out and voicing out your dissatisfaction with the work of this enterprise. But right now, at this very moment, you have this opportunity to influence that decision. And these templates that I've mentioned, these templates and this automatic notification, this give us the opportunity for us and for other NGOs and for all the citizens of Ukraine to participate in that, to be active participants in that. We have a lot of examples when, with the help of Save EcoBot, with its functionality, the communities join this situation. Like yesterday, under my Facebook post, the representative of one of the smaller community said that Save EcoBot is all our everyday situation. Like in Viber, they're sending the people instructions of how to do that, or how to pass the claim, for example, for the iron ores that will be extracted at the territory of amalgamated community and other things. There's a lot of other issues basically that EcoBot covers because the people have seen this resource available. I will tell you that 6 years ago, when I've started my ecological activities, if I had this tool, then it wouldn't take me a couple of years to ecologize our biggest polluter, but I would have done it much faster. I didn't have open data at this point. So basically, we can say that your impact is engaging the huge amount of Ukrainian citizens. Like basically, you're engaging them in fighting for the right for the good ecology. Yes, it is. We can say that. Promoting the ecological data overall, because when we have been developing the civil monitoring 12 years ago, the problem of air pollution by the small particles dust, which is the biggest polluter for our situation, and by the way that International World Healthcare Organization, they have their own statistics on the death rates on the pollution of air. So, by the way, even despite our commitment to the association agreement, we even haven't calculated the overall air pollution on the small particle dust. The civil society has done it. They started to communicate this problem. They started to provide you data about that. The problem last year in Kiev and autumn and on spring, the people have started to talk about that. The people have received a tool of accessing the data, unfortunately not state-owned yet. And they started to communicate this problem actively. And based on this civil pressure, we have started to create a declaration that starts to monitor this data. And of course, there is a huge process of settling out the needed equipment. But right now, data moves a lot of processes, and the civil participation moves a lot of processes forward, pushes a lot of processes forward. We are developing our own resources. Irina, can you please tell us I think that you can see that information. This information is available to you. Where do we have the most engaged people, engaged citizens of Ukraine? Or maybe you can tell us the region where is the really critical situation with ecology and people are not engaged. So what can you tell us? Yeah, that's a nice question from your side. Thank you, because the most engaged regions that live in the location with the most polluted locations, the most technogenous positions. This is Donetsk, Dnipro region, Zaporizhia region. Those are the people who are facing the pollution and ecological problems on a daily basis, who are always looking for the ways how to resolve those problems. So that is why, of course, they will be the most active. There also are some locals at locations in the west of Ukraine, basically that are also getting engaged to that. So we can't say that there are some passive or overly active people. It's just that we have the territories where the pollution problem is visualized more. Okay, from our journalist experience in collaborating, there was still the Ministry of Ecology was there. They say that do not provide you with the automated data, don't provide you with any data at all. Like, for example, journalists like to create ratings, and every day we're making these ratings of the biggest polluters. They never answered us in a week, but they've given us the information for the year before the last. We've got this data, and we've got this data later on only when we publish. So we didn't know why would you give us data for 18, where it's only 2020. So what are your relationship with the states? Whether the state is your enemy, partner, colleague in this case? Yes, right, you are. We don't have the state-owned data on, for example, air pollution, the current situation right now. There are some institutions and bodies who are working on their system in a faster pace. Donetsk administration, Kyiv administration, Dnipro region administration. They have the data. They're also publishing online. They also see that in our bots, in our map of air pollution. So we're collecting all of the available system, not only the civic system. Speaking on our collaboration with authorities, I would say we have a bureaucratic problem of moving the issues forward, but we have the full partnership with all of the authorities and most of governmental bodies. We have even received the data on opening the data further on, because if we need to, in order to create more services, we even promoted the data sets that we believed would be interesting for the civil society further on, and that is why we have received the award at the previous forum. But basically, currently we have some problems, not only if we speak about the issue of the environmental protection, but there's additional adjustment data. Because, like, for example, the biggest polluters of the environment are the energy station that's use coal. So basically, we haven't presented this service, but we already have gathered the analytical data in a couple of years. So what we have seen, that has been a huge machination when we have seen the lowering of the capacities of the nuclear power stations and increasing the capacities of the coal power station. And because of this information, because of provision this information to a lot of stakeholders, to the members of parliament, to the heads of the committees, to the corresponding ministers, we've made this topic open to the society. We make this topic visible to the society. This data that we received have been public, they have been used at different talk shows, and based on that, this story has become public. They have investigations on that and others. So why I wanted to underline that? Because the data that is being open, this is the path to unveiling different situations. So that is why the people who have something to hide, then they will constantly resisting to the opening of data. But those institutions, those establishments that have nothing to hide, they're of course working in a more open way. Currently, we have the very active participations with the Ministry of the Protecting of Environmental Resources, and I do hope that in the recent times we'll also be able to speak about the new services that will give the opportunity for the people to protect their rights in a more effective way. Thank you, Irina. Dennis, let's now get to you. So you have been the founder of the Finds UA. services, and you have this really nice number that you say that you have been already downloaded by 500,000 users. So you're useful. Your service is needed in high demand by people. Can you please tell us what is the need that the service covers? And speaking on impact, what this service can impact on paying the fine, or like receiving the information and paying for the fines in the best way. Yes, you've said it in a nice way, but the number is slightly different. We have around like 1 million people. Like, I would congratulate you with that, because we can't run after you. We prepared the brief. You had only 500,000. Now you have 1 million. Yes, like in 2015, I had a thought that we'll need to provide the service for our drivers, and I've analyzed the markets of the other countries. Countries will try to track out what is going on there, how it works there, what is going on this topic in different countries. And the first revelation that I had at this moment when I've tried to understand this topic is like the payability of those fines in Ukraine. Those penalties in Ukraine, it never reached more than 50%. So 50% of the penalties provided for the violations of the traffic rules, they have never been paid, they have been lost, or they have been turned in the judicial prosecution that has a very low conversion overall. Thus, we had this problem in place. So when we started to search for what is the problem, why people are not paying their penalties and fines, like most of the cases, people are losing those prosecutional tickets. They don't want to pay that. They have some aggressive thoughts about the state. And there were a lot of reasons why people didn't pay penalties and fines. And we've decided to create this kind of service that will help the drivers to be operationally updated on the fines that they receive and give them the opportunity to pay that easily. So we've made a hypothesis that there is some certain amount of people, certain amount of drivers who are not paying their penalties and fines, not because they are constant non-law-abiding citizens, but because they forget about those fines and those tickets, and they have no opportunity to do that straight away. But unfortunately, in 2016, there were some limitations about that. We went to the 1991 incubator and aggregator, and we started to be working with them on this pathway. We had a lot of communications with different ministries, with these different public officials. We've tried to motivate them that we need this information to be open. Throughout this time, having no access to this information, we've tried to do our product. We've engaged users, we've identified the values, we've given the opportunity to our users to retrieve this information manually, and our users' audience grow. So basically, now we have the services that answer the questions on penalties and fines, and people didn't know how to deal with that, what to do that. Should they address the police? How? What to do? Should I go to the district police district or what? So they didn't know what kind of the question they should even ask. They didn't know what the administrative practice was for them. The average driver doesn't know what that is. So we started to get in depth with this topic. We started to become experts on this topic. We became experts of this topic. We understood how they pay the fines, how the money moves throughout the different accounts, what is the closing of the tickets. Like, why do you say that if you're paying the penalty, you're not going to close the ticket overall, so on and so forth? And only in 2020 we have managed to persuade the state that this information is needed, and we've been awarded with the access to this information, and we have given our opportunity to our users based on filters and identifiers to see whether the specific driver has a fine. So starting from this very moment, we've seen this exponential growth because we have provided a product that a lot of people have been waiting for quite a long time. And this is very useful, very, very convenient for the people, because they now receive the information on the ticket, on the fine, exactly the moment when it has been included into the register. And you can pay through our services, you can pay through any other services, but all of the information that you have on fines will be provided by us free of charge. And if you're paying your fine and penalty in any other time, we will update you with the status of it, whether it's closed or no. We have support, expert support that gives a lot of information to the users of what they should do further on if the fine hasn't been closed, where they should go, where they should run, whom to cry out for. So basically, basically, all of those our activities, launching the system of the checkup, they has given us a very good results. Out of this 40% or 50% of the laws that have been paid, it goes to the 70% of the fines that have been paid. Right now we have 72% of traffic tickets that have been paid. That's a very good result. But I can presuppose that we have just more traffic tickets, by the way, because now they have the automated fixation for the traffic violations. No, they didn't do that because of us, but the system of the automated video fixations of traffic violations, we even started to launch it in 2013, as far as I remember, but something went wrong and it was then turned off. So basically every next year this topic has been raised, they plan to launch it once again, but there were some certain barriers. But only in 2020 all of the barriers that have been created before have been taken down, and the system has been launched and has already been showing very good results. Yes. And yes, by the way, the ministries has already told us that the places where the cameras are being based, we don't have that many violations anymore. And by the way, when I'm coming to Kyiv, because you cannot violate the traffic rules where the cameras are located because all of the car flow stops. Because even if you would like to violate, you cannot do that because all of the other cars will not let you do that. And I believe that the speed violation should also add up to other violations, because we need to control more information and we need to improve the situation and improve the overall atmosphere in the country and to improve the culture of driving. So basically, you have provided a convenient service and you've made 100,000 Ukrainians more law-abiding citizens. Can we say it this way? Let us say it's all interconnected. I can't say that it's solely for our service. We're not the only service that influences the overall driving culture in Ukraine, because we have to understand that the impact is not being provided by the fines UI service overall, but it's a complex procedure. It all actually influences that you can receive the information from the register, because this information is available not only for our service, other services are using the very same information too, and then give us additional moment to the amount of the fines that have been paid. Basically, if you're not paying the penalty in time, we're planning to resolve this issue overall, and we will find the best resolution for this problem. Moreover, in the local communities, currently they have the parking inspections and they also have parking tickets there. We would like to receive this information and we would like to have the drivers informed on that, so that the drivers will have the opportunity to check the information in the fastest pace and can pay their tickets. It's very relevant for the people who are only visiting a certain city. They never know about the portals of every single city. And the service, which will be covering all the territory of Ukraine, they will know it. And this information, and by the way, I am absolutely against the monopolies. I would like to have the competition on the market. So as soon as information appears on the market, we're even offering our competitors to use our services to keep it fair game.
There is the question from our viewers. Well, we ask you, where do you have the data about the fines if they're not published as the open data? For today, the data about the fines are not open. We get the access to the register of the administrative violations. So the question to you, if we imagine the perfect situation when everything is working, where could you see the use of this automation and the service being convenient? Which spheres would you consider? Construction, I don't know, schools, education, have you ever thought about that? Well, look, I've thought about lots of things as a businessman, as the activist. I've got lots of thoughts and ideas which are not connected with the cars and automotive sphere, but now our sphere is about the cars, about the drivers, and whatever we do is around the drivers. So the closest thing we are planning to do is the question connected with the debts on the executive production. Then our service will be totally finalized and working, because our mission is to give the user the product which he uses, authorizes with it, and he will get everything. You are okay, the phrase. You can live abroad, you don't have the risk of the arrest of your accounts, or you don't have any debts. This information is not only about the fines, but about the Ministry of Justice, the debts in the ministry, and the debts as for the communal services, and any other debts. We would like to finalize this work. This will be the final accord of this service when we can say that the person doesn't have any debts at all. Of course, we as a socially responsible business, we are earning for lots of years using the fines. This is our type of earning money, so we could not miss social impact. So we also have a separate function which has the name of safe driving. This is the story about the monitoring of the driving style of the drivers. This was the idea when we came to the Open Data Challenge in 2017, and that is ongoing now fully at the websites of the cities and regions. There is more and more info about the statistical data about the driving style in Ukraine. Today we've analyzed more than 250,000 of rides. But what's the essence of this project? The essence is that when you download the app, we suggest that you should, or you take part in this program, you agree, you give the access to the hardware of your device, and as soon as you drive, the system begins to analyze your style of driving. If it analyzes the speed up and the slowing down of the car, then the proper speed and the use of the cell phone while you're driving, and it forms for you an individual ranking as the driver. I do hope that my wife is not watching us now, because she will make you download the app. Thank you, Denis. That's really inspiring. Maybe you've heard the speeches, previous ones, and you've got the questions or remarks. Yes, Oleg, yes, I would definitely, because I'm inspired with what you're doing about the environment. As far as I understand, you have one of the biggest communities now among the Ukrainians as for the environment. So would you please tell? For instance, tomorrow we have the digital cleanup in Kharkiv. That is the digital cleanup of devices, because they really impact the CO2, the emissions, and the number of apps which you use impacts the environment. So we would like to ask you, can we communicate the environmental initiatives with the Kharkiv inhabitants? All those who are watching us from other cities, the communities, could do the same. Well, in fact, it's true. We have the biggest number of users. It's almost 500,000 of them. We're working not only with Ukraine, but with other countries. And in Ukraine, we have approximately 320,000 users. So, in fact, the emailing, as for the bots, is done only about the bot itself. Some new functions added or any changes of data or additions to the data, but still, we have a rather big civil organization, Save Dnipro, which has developed this project. So, of course, we would definitely disseminate the info about your initiative. And I think that the Kharkiv citizens and inhabitants will be aware of whether they can take part in that. Because any event which decreases the impact onto the environment is rather relevant for us. But you do that not through the users of the board. This communication we won't be able to create such communication. The users of the board will get the system info from the bot. This is the principle according to which we work, for the user to be very comfortable using this product, not to flood what's sent out. So openness for openness, we need to think on that, because I would really like to communicate with you about that. And as for Denise, what Denise has mentioned, we have already discussed this behind the curtains, but I think it would be interesting for my colleagues from other cities to know that the monetization is really inspiring, like China did, when there is the huge department of data which really earns. The business is paying for the data and the city earns. As I understand, Denise, there is some potential to create monetization for the cities, which will open the data for such services as you have. Is it true? Yes, there are totally comprehensible ideas of interaction of the business with the state structures. It's really working. My objective, or I would say subjective opinion, is that if we, as a business, use the data, not even the data, but the resource which we use, we as an IT company, first of all, we really understand well what's the price of the service, what's the price of the development team, what's the price of the maintenance. And I think that if we, in fact, earn something, we need to help the cities. We need to help the cities to support it. It's not interesting for us to interact with this or that source of the data, and then for this source to stop working because the funding is over or something like that. So I think it's a totally normal story, and there is the totally legal, honest ways of cooperation like this. So I think we'll definitely achieve this level, and it will be popularized and accessible for everyone. Irina, there is one more question for you. Ms. Irina, do you cooperate with the UN about the safety of environment and air for the population? Well, in fact, we are cooperating with lots of international organizations, and we've got lots of projects which are now conducted thanks to the support of those organizations. But as for this very program, we are not cooperating there, so we will be happy if we have some additional opportunities like that. And to conclude, if anyone else has any ideas, just a couple of words, what can allow Ukraine to have an increase of the open data impact during the shorter period of time? What do you think of that? If you've got any ideas, what can you recommend? I don't know whom you recommend, the state or the community or the business, but still, if there are any ideas like this, you're free to speak out. If I may, I would use such an opportunity. I do apologize. Still, I think that we don't need only to open the data, and this will be my message for the owners of the data, but also to have the high-quality approach towards them making a public of this data, because very often we face the situation that the owners of the data, the managers of the data, are very irresponsible about the quality of the data which is being published. The terms are violated, the data is not full. Different sources get different data, for instance, at the website of theirs and the portal of open data. And of course, it decreases the level of trust of the user of the service as we constantly need to check these data. We need to communicate with the managers for these data to be useful. So this is about the impact which can be conducted by the projects based on the open data-driven projects. So we need to achieve in 2020 that the open data is all together, and data as it is the basis for substantial development. So we need to be responsible as the owners and managers of the data. I would also like to add that, in my opinion, the more cases, the more numerous cases of the data analysis, the more numerous are the interesting researches which are data-driven, such cases which would be interesting for the wider audience, the more there will be the interest of the civil society for this topic, and the more will be the request for the open data. So this is a kind of a snowball. The more we do, the more research we do, the more research the others do, the more people are interested in that. So I'm for the maximum number of the initiatives in this sphere. Thank you. From my behalf, I'd like to appeal for everyone, for the citizens, for the community, for the entrepreneurs. We need to change the attitude towards the open data, as today it's considered to be the journalist investigations, the discovery of corruption scandals, and it does not stimulate. It should be there as well, but we need to create the situation for the impact through the use, through the cool business projects, social projects, for them to be overshadowed, for us not even to hear that the data is not open because openness scares anyone. This is about the mindset, and I think that we need to change this moment, first of all. Thank you. Thank you so much that we were watched by more than 60 people in Facebook. Thank you that you came and you told about our cases and ideas. And thank you, the organizers, for such a wonderful event during such a complicated COVID times. Goodbye. Thank you all the speakers. Thank you, Mr. Boris, for the moderation of this discussion. So, dear friends, as for the discussion, panel discussion for today, that's it. But we will have some pleasant moments in front of us as we're having a very festive part of our forum. We are waiting for 2 ceremonies of awards. So let us have just a couple of minutes to change the set to stage for us to have a convenient transition to the next part of our event, and we'll go on just in a minute and see you then to having the live broadcast of our forum.
Отже, друзі,
So, dear friends, we're coming back to our live broadcast. And within the Open Data Forum, we'll have the summing up of our Open Data Challenge. I do hope I won't confuse you, and we'll explain everything now. So, a bit of a prehistory. Today, we had the 4th cycle of Open Data Challenge, the international format of the competition of IT projects according the open data-driven projects we are speaking about. So, in 4 years of the existence of this competition in Ukraine, with the open data, which figures do we have? More than 700 applications for the participants this year. We had applications from the participants from 35 cities of our country, and the semi-final included 23 projects. And the incubation program, which lasted for 4 months, there were 13 teams finalists. So now we are concluding and summing up, and we'll get to know who are the winners of the Open Data Challenge and who will share 3,700,000 hryvnias. So we are ready to begin this important and exciting part of our forum. I do invite Evgenia Klepa, who's an executive director of 1991 Incubator, and Pavlo Radchenko, the operational manager of the Eastern Europe Fund, who are the moderators of the today's speech of finalists. Hello, we're happy to see you here. The floor is yours. Okay, thank you that you changed my mic. See, my colleagues already behind the curtain. They are coming closer to the stage. They're nervous, and I'm nervous as well, because as a director of the incubator, I've been working with those projects with other mentors, experts during those 4 months, and I'm sure that these results and outcomes will just bring you and lead you to the crazy outburst of emotions, and you will instantly like to use those products or services, or maybe become partners with them and become the new stakeholders all over Ukraine. What do you think, Pasha? I think that first I will tell why they are so excited, because besides sharing the prize fund of 3.7 million hryvnia, they had a huge and long, complicated way. First, for the 3 months, they prepared and applied. Then they were waiting whether they are selected to go on. For that, we, as a team, have conducted more than 70 online interviews and selected the best at the online intensive weekend. And during this saturated weekend, we've chosen the best teams, the representatives of which you'll see here today. So as for the selection of the teams, you do understand, they are almost my dear relatives now, so I will be super engaged, but who is not engaged here, those are our members of the jury. So we'd like to introduce you. Garth Willis, you said. William Turner, the representative of the UK Embassy. Mstislav Barnik, whom you've seen today already, the director of the Directorate of the Development of E-Services of the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. Viktor Lyakh, the president of the Eastern Europe Fund. Viktor Gursky, the executive director of Social Boost. Alexei Vankin, the founder of Open Data Board, whom you have heard a lot about already. Andrei Borovik, the executive director of Transparency International Ukraine. And of course, our incomparable Katerina Onilyovur, who said that you won't see her today, but it's not true, because you will see her for numerous times. So you can have the round of applause for the members of the jury who are here, present physically, and those juries who are just behind the screen online. They are connected and waiting for the most interesting and the coolest moment of the Open Data Forum. Zhenya, let us begin. Everybody is waiting for that. Please invite our first participant. So, before I invite him or her, I will remind you, if you don't know, our teams have only 3 minutes for their presentation. It's not that much, but not enough, I would say, not a lot. So instantly after that, we will turn off their mics and their pitch decks. We are very strict about that, but fair. So I do invite to the stage the first participant, that is Ostap Budinkevich from the project of Traffic Maps.
So every year, Ukraine allocates more than 33 billion of hryvnias to work with the traffic organization. So that is why we're speaking about the traffic markings, the change of the traffic signs, and updating of the infrastructural objects. But we have identified the problem that around 90% of the clients, when they are developing the technical assignment for the services to be provided, they do not have the relevant or full information about the quality and quantity indicators and the elements of the traffic regulation rules. It has been caused that most of the schemes of the traffic rules that are currently in the paper format, they're not digitalized, which actually give us no opportunity to analyze this data normally and to work with this data properly. And it actually creates additional conditions for the corruption actions or inefficient usage of the public funds. Our team, Traffic Maps, has been working on this map service that would generate and aggregate this data by digitalizing the schemes of the main materials of the managers of the road infrastructure. We provide the access to all of the stakeholders, the service providers, the municipalities, the local authorities, organizations, and any other third parties. Currently, we have already developed MVP. We have some numbers of contracts with the cities in the western Ukraine. We have checked our hypothesis, and we have seen the feedback and achieved the feedback that there is a demand for our product in the markets. We're also planning to develop our project in the territory of Ukraine. We evaluate the market of around billion hryvnias. We're mostly going to be oriented to B2G segment and B2B, so basically will be more municipalities and most of the managers of the road infrastructure. The business model for our services is interconnected with the level of the fulfillment of the digital data that are based on our platform. And I would like to say that we're reaching the level of more than 50%. We're forecasting that our main product is going to be the consulting services for the traffic management. And we believe that the cities will be able to use our data and our platform in order to resolve the infrastructural issues, but not only the budgeting issues. I also would like to say that we've already invested 500,000 hryvnias of our own money for the development of MP and basically for promoting of our products, and we would like to have around 2.5 billion hryvnias of overall profit by signing the contracts for the usage of our services further on. That is why we need to allocate additional financing. That's going to be 650,000 hryvnias, and we would like to allocate 60% to that for the further on development of the system. We have 5 people in our team. I am the head of the project. We also have my colleagues who have this experience in implementing the informational and infrastructure projects. So I believe that we'll be able to launch this product in Ukraine. Thank you. So thank you very much, Ostap. I would like to ask that all of the participants, because we have a few of us, because we have this online event, please do support one another. That's very important. I would like to now introduce you with our next finalist. Please welcome Volodymyr Pratula, who will present the Freeland UA project. Please support him. This is this very moment when you can tell jokes and share the experience not only on about open data. Well, actually, I can give you a flashcard so you can upload the presentation if it's needed. So finally, we are ready to launch our presentation. So please, Volodymyr Pratula, Freeland UA. I'm presenting the project Freeland UA, Transparent Operations with Land. The land market is about to launch when we have no corruption schemes left. Based on the data of the NACP, we have lost more than 550 million hryvnias through the period of 2017-2020 because of the corruption schemes. In 60% of cases, there was the change of the establishment charter documents and the change of the target usage of land. Throughout our incubation program, we have developed 2 bots based on the search of the cadastral number that are the entering point to all of the land operations. Creating those bots have helped us to create the system that will combine all of the data on land usage and all of the services that connected to land usage in one place. The system has a potential to become the aggregator of all of the land owners and land managers in Ukraine. The bots that we have developed for the systems will be the developed lead generation from our side when the person doesn't have a cadastre number or they need a more detailed consultation. Our target audience are the land owners who are not professionals on land relations, who are not contacting with land on a daily basis. We have 7 million people like that in Ukraine. The project targets people who would like to have a clear and transparent way to provide the operations with the land. Our currently territory of the operation of services is Lviv region. Currently, we are now getting ready to get scaled up towards other regions of Ukraine. After the bots will send, our project will start to monetize itself by selling monthly subscription. We will be work by Uber approach with the land owners, with the municipalities, and with individual consultations provided to the natural persons. Now we're covering the cadastre of land, the judicial register, When we're going to have additional finances, we will also cover the full register of the judicial courts. Right now, our project can mitigate the amount of the rateurship of land by 30%, for 40% can then decrease the real level of the lowering of the prices for the land, and by 40% increase the amount of the educated landowners. Based on the Ministry of Economy, the rent of land will cost 4,000 hryvnias a square meter into 2021. So basically, the more people will know how to manage the land properly, the more richer people will have. Our competitive advantages: we have more data, we have more services allocated in one place for the less price. The lead generation: we would like to generate additional leads through our bots educational blog. Throughout incubation, we have managed to persuade 36 out of 150 people to try the land services online. We divide the process into 8 parts, from starting the educational bots to building up a professional geolocation system and building up the connections between the landowners. We are launching our own project with legal help for the landowners, for the people who would like to update their legal documentations. We have content manager, business analytic, land lawyer, and marketologist in our team. Right now, we have 10,000 hryvnias that have been invested in our own to test out our hypothesis. We need $18,000 for the further update of the product, buying the data, and operational costs. The project has long-term perspective. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vladimir. I think that you will need the support for our teams, both moral and physical support. But I would like to invite the next speaker for the stage, a beautiful lady, Julia Hrečka, and the Hidden Interest Project.
Hello, everyone. Annually, the millions of budget money is used for the campaigns of the MPs and state officials. They win the tenders, they have the landlords allocated, and they get the money from the budget without any competition. But to find that out, it's not that easy, because in Ukraine we've got hundreds of thousands of state officials, MPs, and companies who are affiliated to them. So to analyze the procurement, to analyze the projects and the decisions of the sessions, we need dozens of hours. So we would like to have the tool which would allow to find out 100% of conflicts of interest in 3 seconds. A hidden interest, first of all, is the service. First, we take the open data and we create 2 bases. Databases of all of the state officials and MPs all over Ukraine, from the smallest village to Kyiv. Thirdly, the base of all of the companies which are affiliated to them. Those are the companies which are affiliated to the members of the family and even business partners. The most important in our tool is the automatic analyze. Its first part allows to analyze the procurement for the company which won with the MP or state official. The second part allows to analyze any document, to download it, and to see whether there are any mentions about the MP or the state official. And thirdly, the automatic analyzer searches through the websites on its own and checks the new published documents for the availability of the potential conflict of interests. All of the data about the found out conflicts of interests are published in the chapter of our website in the format of open data. Our target audience is the National Police and the National Agency on the Prevention of Corruptions, because those are the authorities which are responsible for the investigations of conflicts of interests, and also the journalists and the civil activists. We are already having the deal with the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and we are supported with the National Police. And after we develop this tool, it will be given to the Agency on the Prevention of Corruption, and the journalists will be able to use this tool in the open format. During the incubation, we developed the prototype. We have the working group with the Anti-Prevention of Corruption Bureau, and also we'll give the first way of the tool and give it to the national agency. This tool of the hidden interests allows to decrease the time to find out the conflict of interests, which means that the Agency of Prevention of Corruption, the National Police, the journalists will be able to find out more cases like that, to investigate them, which means that millions and billions of hryvnia will stay in the budget. Our team is the NGO anti-corruption staff, and we have developed more than one digital anti-corruption product. So, dear friends, the hidden interest is the innovation of the world level. This will be the biggest base of MPs, state officials, and all of the companies affiliated with them, which updates automatically live. And this will be the first service in the world which allows to find out the conflict of interest in 3 seconds. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Julia. We do hope that soon we'll forget what the conflict of interests is, thanks to your project. And I would like to invite to the stage Dmitro Sergeyev, who will tell about the new project of MedBot Marta. Please. Let us support Dmitro. Hello. So maybe everybody faced the low level of medical services and bribes in the state medical institutions. According to the World Bank data, the shadow money in this healthcare situation is more than 50 billion hryvnia a year. Our solution is the first chatbot, which is the convenient channel of communications between the patient and the healthcare institution, which increases the service and decreases the corruption risks. It works in 3 messengers and free for the use for all of the users all over Ukraine. Among the main opportunities, we have the anti-corruption tools, the choice of the family doctor, some of the inoculation notifications, the opportunity to assess the medical service, and lots of others. Our audience is the medical, both private and public institutions which use the system, active doctors, and the patients, of course, who take care about their own health. The business model, the monetization of the service is done through the models B2G and B2B. Our main competitive advantages are innovative character, convenience, and speed. We use 7 registers of open data in the work of the bot, including the NHS. And as the first risk is the lack of the awareness about the free medical services, we created the module, The Rights of the Patient, who have the exhaustive information about the free and paid services in the state medical and institutions. And also we created the model of anti-corruption, which is step-by-step instruction what should be done if someone claims the bribe, with an opportunity to notify about that in the department of the NHS. And during the first months, we prevented bribes for more than 200,000 hryvnia. As for the social impact of Marta, Mariupol creates 2 communal diagnostic centers, which will be for free for the pensioners and children, because the vast majority of the doctors send the patients to the private labs and diagnostic centers, having their own percentage of that, interest on that. We're planning to expand the model for the patients and to create analytical dashboards, which will find the inefficient use of money by the medical institutions, which can help the NHS, the municipalities, and the activists, of course. During the incubation, the audience of the service was almost doubled, up to 30,000 users. We've created an efficient tool of notification about corruption, and for 2021, we planned a substantial increase of the audience and the anti-corruption impact of the service. And just for that, we need $19,000. Our team has already a very successful experience of the open data projects, in particular the city board Nazar. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we are getting ready to listen to the next team now. This will be Alexander Honchar, who is the representative of the team of City Scale. But what this project is about, we'll get to know just in several moments.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexandra. I am the founder and the main developer of the CityScale project, and today I'm presenting you the CityScale bot, the new implementation of how do we see the low search for your own apartment in the future. Choosing your own flat is a very responsible and complex. I also was choosing my flat, and afterwards I've took all of my savings and decided to invest it into creating my own project. So the global idea is to create a virtual real estate agent, which will be objective and indifferent. The first close-up, we decided to work with a chatbot format. Then we've decided that we will focus on the 2 main things. So first of all, it's going to be the combination between the location and the cost of the accommodation. And there's also the very most important problem for the market, the constructions, the new construction. In 2019, we've created the bots in Facebook. Then March 2020, we're becoming partners for YouControl on analyzing data on the constructional market. March 2020, April 2020, we become the finalists in Open Data Challenge. For these 4 months, we've already implemented the notification to our subscribers and provided the CityScale bot for Telegram. Currently, we're working on building up our contact, building our audience, and in order to know our audience better. And also, we are working with data a lot. I'm not going to draw your attention to all of those abbreviations because we're analyzing more than 10 sources for open data, and not really open data, just for you not to spend the time for that. And by the way, this is going to grow bigger. Who are we doing it for? That's not only for the people who are looking for a new flat. It's also for the people who are fighting corruption in order to build up the harmonious development of our city, in order to the needs of the communities and the new requirements of the legislation. And by the way, the state legislators, together with the developers and constructors, will be able to use our work with benefits for them. Our business model has a couple of directions: the freemium, the B2B segment, we believe is a social responsible model. The B2B model would be lead generators for our projects and the next projects, and the supplying of the data. If we're speaking about the challenges and the competition of our project, that is a very conservative and highly competitive market, but we have our advantages: high quality priority, complex approach, and scalability of the project, more openness and higher resolution and detalization. Understanding our tasks and understanding the challenges and understanding our own resources that we have, we would like to allocate additional budget for the further on development of the project. There are two Alexanders of the project. I'm the lead and development of the project. The other Alexander checks it all up, and I'm really grateful for that. And we have more than 17 years of experience in IT, more than 15 years of managing teams and projects, more than 7 years of working with open data in Ukraine, and more than 2 years in the QA testing. So we're looking for some new people to join our team. So please take a look at the vacancies open in our site. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite the next speaker. Please welcome Leonid Shumila, who will present you with the Deep Green Project. Please grant your support to Leonid. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leonid Shumilo, and I represent the Deep Green Ukraine team. So our team has been dealing with the issue of deforestation in Ukraine. It includes both illegal and legal chopping downs of the timber. That is I know that a lot of corruptional schemes are hiding in those chopping downs. The lack of the control on the forest sphere, it causes a difference in statistics, the development of the corruption, and huge losses for the state. The only way how you can fight this problem is to create the tool for independent and automated monitoring of the forest that help you to find the mitigation violations in the operative way and to analyze everything that was going on in the sphere. For example, also finding the inappropriate information. We're basing our solution based on the satellite and land data and based on machine learning in order to provide this data to our state and to all of the people, both physical persons and legal entities who care. That's not just a simple idea. We have already developed the MVPs, the first map of the timbers and chop downs that are available throughout our demo and informational interface that shows us where the chopping of the trees are legal, where illegal, and where are there mistakes in our own chopping down tickets. The uniqueness for our case means that we're basically based on the developments that have already been introduced by the World Bank and UNDP project. It gives us the opportunity to clarify the information based on the high land resolution and to update the information on the weekly basis. In this project, we see the 6 main stages of implementations, which includes building up the algorithm, piloting, providing training for both authorities and the civil society, and scaling up to all Ukraine. We would like to use the money for the prize to develop the pilot project for Carpathian Mountains. We would like to also participate in work headed by the main principles for developing the project for the state, and we already have the memorandum of understanding for the Ministry of the Environmental Protection. On the other hand, we are driven by the idea. That is our competitors, our friends and partners, and the Deep Forest is one of the important partners from our side that we already had the memorandum on collaboration. Our team has all of the needed competences to implement this project because we are the consortium that includes the Institute of the Space Research of the Academy of Science of Ukraine and civil society organizations, the Center of the Monitoring of Authorities, and these. We are both dealing with science communication, and we even go to the forest. Moreover, we have the experience of implementing big projects in Horizon 2020, World Bank, WWF, and of course, working with UNDP. Thank you for your attention. Let us save forests together. Thank you. Thank you, Leonid. Thank you, Leonid. By the way, you can see how expressive you can be, how expressive and important pitches we have. But we're getting only started. I would like to invite Mikhailo Vertepa with Pravosud project.
So I greet you here. Just imagine that you're in the library searching for an interesting detective, but not a single book has a title or the cover, so you will have to read every book separately to find what you need. Well, of course, it's impossible, but this is how the work with one of the biggest state registers looks like. The only state register of court decisions or verdicts is 90 million of documents which have very important and useful information. Those are the arguments to win in the court. Those are the data for the court proceedings and the efficiency of the courts and even symptoms of the corruption in the court proceedings. But we don't have any tool for the analysis of this data, only the search. So as it's done in the library, you will need to read and analyze every paper and document separately. You can waste days or weeks for that. That is why we decided to develop the system which allows not only to search through, but also to analyze and to monitor the data in the same app. And this is what differs us from all of our competitors. How is it working? The system of the search of the documents can instantly find the proper information. For that, we are using the machine learning. But what is really unique about the tool is the analytics all over the judges. The system analyzes how this or that judge considers this or that category of cases and visualizes this data. It's like an X-ray. You instantly understand what's the practice of the judge. You understand and you can find the arguments which are perceived by the judge or not perceived, and you can see the efficiency of the judge work. We even know which day of the week is more suitable for negative or positive verdicts of the judge. And also, during the incubation program, we've developed the system which can allow us to find the symptoms of the corruption in the court proceedings. The system analyzes the whole history of court cases about every judge and finds some suspicious patterns. In this case, in the case which I wanted to show you, the system finds the situations when the same judge is trying to have the same company for this company with the profit of this company. This is a very interesting coincidence, but to find this case you would need weeks before, only if you knew where to find it. But now you need only a minute for that. Our target audience are the lawyers, legal firms, consulting companies, state organizations, and during the whole time we have been used by more than 68,000 of users, and among our users we have the biggest Ukrainian companies mentioned at the slide. Our further plans is to create the mobile app and also the analysis to deepen the analytics. For that we need $60,000, and all of that can be done with the biggest team. Me, the lawyer with a huge experience of work, and the technical team with the huge experience with big data work. And thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mikhailo. And now we do invite to the stage, not to lose any time, Yegor Sobolev, who will present the next project of Data Ocean. Please, Yegor. Data Ocean was born not in the garage, not on the napkins. Two owners of IT companies gave the birth of it because we're happy that the data were open but not normalized. The Data Ocean idea is to create one entry and access point where each IT guy, any future startup, will be able to create the REST API, JSON XML, whatever format he needs to get the data through the whole numerous number of registers. As our CTO is proud of, Data Ocean allows to construct your own data sets and reports about them. So we did it together with the Center of Counteraction towards Corruption, against corruption. We united the data about the companies from the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine and combined the data about the public activists in Ukraine, which allows anybody to see business empires, schemes and connections of the people who can be the ones who try to solve the fate of Ukraine. You can use it even now. Those are the data sets which we began with. So the stronger, the more powerful the foundation is, the more can be, the bigger building can be. So we do hope that not only our team, but all of the other teams will create their own constructors using the Data Ocean. So according to the favorite anti-corruptioners, you do understand that we do that already. There is an idea to create the world register of state officials for this control to be global and similarly powerful for each country. And there are certain financial institutions which are in the negotiation process with us about the use of our service. For instance, the companies which need control of their clients according to the international legislation. Next year, we will have to achieve the international market. Our CEO, Luba Shipovich, is spending all her time in New York now. So, in fact, we've involved approximately 18 people, from the sellers to juniors like me. The model of monetization, which we can see here, is free access for those who need not that much, and some of the deals, special contracts for those who need industrial scale. These are the resources which we need, and first the people who can bear this project on their shoulders. Thank you so much. Thank you, Yegor. So, are you ready out of the data ocean to achieve the daily but even serious things? This is the Open Data Railway. The project will be presented by Volodymyr Kostenko now. Please join me at the stage.
So hi everyone. My name is Volodymyr. I would like to introduce you the Open Data Railway project that will help us to resolve the problem in one of the most corrupted spheres in Ukraine. This is the freight railway transportation. According to the report of European Business Associations, we had more than 4,000 stealings of the spare parts of the carriages for more than 4 million hryvnias overall. There is it seems that those actions can be done by the current or the previous workers of Ukrzaliznytsia who sell the information to the criminals. But the owners of the carriages, they even facing more problems when they're paying, for example, bribes to update and renovate their carriages out of line. Those kind of actions of the depot owners and the lack of the access on the information on the renovation causes additional cost to Ukrzaliznytsia and other entrepreneurs. Open Data Railway will going to use the data of Ukrzaliznytsia, will process it and will provide it to the in real time and to access. Overall, speaking on the stealing of the carriages, we will develop a map with the problematic parts throughout all the territory of Ukraine. We will do the analytics on the depots and the carriages available. Moreover, the information on the carriages available will be identified on the map and will be updated on an hourly basis. What does it give us? The full information on the lack of the spare parts give us the opportunity for national police to fight crimes more effectively, and the leaders of the Ukrzaliznytsia will have better information for the decision making to make the decision that will prevent corruption. The open information on the renovation will help us to stop the manipulations with the lines and depots. And by the way, the analysis has shown us that opening the information on the availability of the carriages help us to improve the situations with the lines by 7%, and which will increase the profit of the Ukrzaliznytsia by a couple of millions hryvnias a year. Our main target audience, the ministries, the smaller and big companies of logistics and transportation that work with railway, national police, and national prosecutor's office. Based on the information of the business alliances, the business and transportation logistics companies spend more than 150 million hryvnias for the informational sphere. Most of the companies will use us at least once a month. We would like to cover 2% of the market of the informational services in the next 3 years. Up till the end of 2020, we would like to launch the first version of the platform, and by 2021, we would like to release the prepaid modules. Our financial model is mostly freemium, so basically all of the users, they will receive the free of charge access to the platform, but based on the monthly subscription, they can use additional function, analytics, notifications, so on and so forth. The budget of the project is 748,000 hryvnias, and the most of the money will be allocated for the development and the support of the platform. The team, project manager, PR, marketing specialists, and experts on the informational system, and the legal assistant of the big carriage operators. We have the support of Ministry of Infrastructure, Ukrainian. Thank you, Volodymyr. Thank you for that. And I would like to invite our next project. We already ran through the half of the project, but please welcome Yuri Brekailo, who will introduce us with the Urban Data project. Hi everyone, my name is Yuri and I would like to introduce you with the project Urban Data. We are opening the data, we're making the open data about the city construction really open and easy to use. Right now our project is made of Telegram bots and web portal. We have already 120,000 searches. We have started our sales 2 months ago, but right now we already have more than 30 prepaid subscribers. If you will look at site right now, you will see a lot of construction going on and it will be really hard for you to receive the full information and verified information on the construction. Sometimes it even won't be possible. We lack the simple and clear tools on fighting illegal construction. So how do we try to resolve those issues? We have created a portal that gives us an opportunity to have the full context search of using a lot of different filters in order to find the information that is needed specifically for you. What is the most important? We have combined the data on all of the land lots available and all of the constructed objects. We've used all the land cadastre of Ukraine, the register of the state architectural and construction agency. Right now, we already have the instrument that gives us the opportunity to identify whether construction is legal or no. And soon we will be able to identify the risk level of the construction, will help us to at least mitigate the number of people who have been the victims of the real estate crimes. We're not only covering the needs of our clients, but we provide open, free of charge, anti-corruptional tool that gives you the opportunity to check out any construction online. And if we're going to identify the illegal construction, you can automatically provide complaint. We do have additional services of consulting services, information services for the businesses, when we would like to have $135,000 of profit a year. Speaking of competitors, we have really big advantage. We have gathered all of the open data on all of the constructed objects throughout the territory of Ukraine. Till the end of this year, we would like to launch the geocoding services, and we would like to launch the services for businesses and mobile app up till next year, and May 2021 to be profitable already. In order to implement that, we need $35,000. And by the way, this is our professional team. With the help of the incubator and with the help of our own experience, we have started and launched portal and Telegram bots. We're trying to improve them on a daily basis. And by the way, even today, we're presenting a new function for you. You can scan this QR code or enter this address, then enter the name of any person and to see whether the person constructs anything anywhere. That's very interesting, and the information is very interesting for you. Thank you very much. My name is Yuri, Urban Data Project. Thank you. I have nothing to say more because even if said what your name is. So, okay, are you ready for the next project? I'm sure that you're ready for the next project because we're getting closer to the end. Just a little bit, few projects more. Right now, you're about to have the representative of the AgroPlace process, Vadim Kozhevnikov. Please welcome.
Hello everyone, my name is Vadim Kozhevnikov, and today it's not that easy to imagine our life without the simple, convenient and speedy technologies. If something is not correspondent to those 3 parameters, then we are not using that. So just in 9 months we'll open the land market, and everybody who wants to work at that, those are landowners, potential investors, farmers, amalgamated communities, everybody will like to have simplicity, convenience and speed. Our solution is about that. How we can find the information quickly about the owner of the land and what happened with the field during the last 5 years. How convenient it is to get analytics and to take decisions according to that, whether we need to invest into this land lot or not. And how easy it is to find the people, to communicate with that, to unite them to be stronger. And now let's look how it's looking at the practice with each of the participants of the market. Thanks to the satellite maps and open data, the landowners and potential investors will be able to assess quickly how attractive their investments and assets are. Those people are not alone in the field with our service. With the help of the AgroPlace, it's much more convenient to get the audit, to optimize your land bank, and if it's necessary, to understand what and where you can acquire to increase your assets. Our service helps the farmers to create your peer-to-peer interactions in a convenient and comfortable way. If we speak about the use for amalgamated communities, it's much easier for us to see our lands and to control them. That is, to lose less and to get more opportunities for the development of your communities. How do we impact in the social surface? The data are becoming much more accessible for everybody who needs them, from the potential investor to the members of the amalgamated community. Then we believe that our service is the powerful tool to fight corruption. It helps to see what was in the shadow before, the lands and the illegal sowing, the rent which was not paid. At the global level, our task is to become the procurers and the producers closer to each other and to help them to find common grounds. So as for this service to work to its full scale, we need to buy more data and to scale for the whole Ukraine. And for that, at the first stage, we need $20,000 of the investments. Our business model is creating for the B2C free version and the paid subscription for the business. As the market is very attractive, it's obvious that we are not alone at it. We've got some competitors. Moreover, with lots of them, we are cooperating already, and we'd like to go on with that because we believe that together and with our brains, we together can get much more than separately. And this is our philosophy. Our experience at the edge of the IT data and management, and thanks to that we know how to collect the team, to unite them around the aim and to get it to the end. Our main task for the next year is to scale up the service for all of the regions of Ukraine up till the land market is open, and then to launch the international version of the product. Our closest task is to make Ukraine much more noticeable at the agrarian map of the world, and the bigger task is to help the agrarian business all over the world to become simpler, more convenient and more accessible, and to show everyone that the land is the new IT. If they have the Silicon Valley, why can't we have the agrarian valley? Thank you. Thank you, Volodymyr. And we do invite to the stage Alexander Martynishin with his project of Prokladka.net. Hello, my name is Alexander. During the previous year, we have announced almost 1.38 million tender procedures a year. So if each procedure is checked 5 minutes each, then we need more than 13 years to form the list of suspicious companies. So our service is doing that in a minute. How do we do that? After we get the winner of the tender procedure, we combine the risk indicators like the date of the registration of the company, the amount of the statute capital, and the ignoring of the best offer. So this is how we form the list of the companies. This is the example of the tender procedure, which is more than 3 million hryvnia, where the company with the statute capital of 100 hryvnia won. And also we have the ignoring of the best offer here in this case. Our service is using the data of the platform of Prozoro and the Unified State Register. The target audience of our project is the state controlling and review authorities, the journalists, the activists, and the members and the participants of the tender procedures. The volume of the market is assessed as 459,000 hryvnia a year. That's approximately 135,000 active users. The service has a certain advantage, that is, it does not replicate the functions of the competitors like Ucontrol, Open Data Board, and others. The service forms the list of the companies which can be used in the tender corruption schemes. To achieve the best result, it's highly desirable to combine the work of those services. The use of those services is for free. The user is paying only for the access to the full list of the suspicious companies, which he or she can get in a convenient for him or her way. During the incubator, we came up with their idea, but now we have the ready MVP, and in a year we are planning to achieve the point with no expenses. For that, we need $20,000, and we'll use them to check the hypothesis, to optimize the business models, for the technical development of the product and marketing. Our team includes all of the key skills for the successful implementation of the project. In particular, the technical specialist, the person who is dealing with the sales, and the designer. Our mission is to decrease the level of the corruption in the tender procurement. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Alexander. And we are coming to the last project for today, the last pitch. But the award ceremony will take place a bit later. And this last, very worrying and exciting, is Alexander Voloshin with the project of Gidno.estate.
Hello, everybody. Starting from recently, all of the agreements for the renting of the state-owned real estate should be closed up with Prozoro sale, the transparent mechanism. But it's not the high time for us to drink champagne, because this sphere has a lot of problems that have to be resolved. Try to imagine you're an entrepreneur, you have a problem, you need some real estate. State has a lot of real estate available, so you would like to rent out from the state. Now you have two problems. How can you now check out the object and the renter? How can you be sure that there is a clear and transparent process to that? Now think about the activists. How can you get to know whether the cafe in your university is legal, whether the university has money because of that, and what is the amount of money that university gets? Ukraine has a lot of really nice analytical tools to track it, but not a single one answers all of those questions. Thus, and that's why we're trying to resolve this issue. The Gidno Estate platform analyzes the data from many different sources and gives the opportunity to the final user to check out every single subject of the renting relationship for integrity. That is why we're identifying the risks factor that help us to identify the typical machinations. For example, the shadow renting, the proper usage of the property, not enough payment for the rent, whatever. So basically, we already developed the MVP, and in order to demonstrate you the opportunities of the platform and to generate traffic, we provide our own investigation that you can get to read out at our state. Where is the anti-corruption component, you will ask? Throughout the last months, with the support of Svoilo, the project Ambiguous Info, and Weekly Investigation, we have sent 3 queries for the criminal prosecution, and the possible amount of the clauses for the state is 5 million hryvnias. We do hope that all of this money will be getting back to the state budget. That's okay. But as the people say, so where is the sustainability in this case? So our priority for the first year is to create the analytical platform that will help the activists to find the failures, to find the problems. Then straight away we will develop the marketplace for Prozoro sale and transfer the organic traffic from the platform to the marketplace. So to do that, we need $120,000. Half of it we will cover with our own money. We would like to get to profitability in 3 years. In order to do that, till March 2023, we would like to receive the share on the renting out and sales of the real estate of Prozoro sale at the level of 2% of this market. That will give us the opportunity to receive around $70,000 a year of profits. In order to develop all of those plans into life, we have an expert team with the need experience and the desire to change our country for better. Thank you for attention. By the way, we're answering every letter. Thank you very much, Alexander. That has been our final pitch for today, but it's not the end yet. It's not the end yet because right now is going to be the hardest moment for the jury and for us also, because we will be expecting for who's going to become the winner this year. But at this very moment, we will get back the mic to Anatoly, who will be participating in a very important moment, who will be the part of our awards today. So the floor is yours. Okay, Evgenia, thank you very much. Thank you, Paulo. So yes, friends, our jury has now doing a very important thing. They are now trying to decide who's going to be the winner. Everyone is expecting to see the results of the pitch, and everyone is currently waiting to hear who the winners are. And I believe that every person who has got to the finals already deserves for the victory, but the rules are rules. Thus, we will be waiting for the results to come. Just 1 minute, and we will switch to next another pleasant moment for the Open Data Awards, and then we will get to the result of our jury decision and to the results of the Open Data Challenge.
Тож, друзі, ми
So yes, okay, dear friends, we're about to continue our broadcasting, so back on air. So we would like to have the Open Data Awards results, and we're still waiting for the Open Data Challenge results. So, as we say, Grammy in Open Data Awards, this is an annual award for the leaders of developing open data in Ukraine, and each reform has a specific people working on that, and a specific organization from the civic society and the state authorities and media. 4 years in a row, the jury identifies the leader in open data in the 3 nominations. By the way, you see we have 3 awards for the 3 winners. Throughout last week, the civil society nominated the people who have supported the development of the open data, and the expert jury has chosen the winners. Let me once again tell you who the judges are, so you will have no doubts in their expertise. You have no doubts in their expertise and competences. So, Mikhailo Fedorov, Vice Prime Minister, we have already seen him today at the very beginning of the forum. He has joined us via Zoom. The Minister of the Digital Transformation of Ukraine. We also had Petro Matyashek, the head of the USAID and UK Aid, the project from the transparency and accountability in the public administration and services. We also are grateful to one of the representatives of jury, Olena Urso, the head of the Democratic Government's project of UNDP in Ukraine. We're also grateful to Alexei Ivankin, the founder of Open Data Votes, and Svetoslav Abramov, the executive director of COST Ukraine. So let us start with our award, and we're ready to say who are the winners in the main 3 nominations. So let us start with the first nomination. The first nomination is the Open Data Government Award for the highest standards of the publication of open data by the central executive authorities are. The finalists, the nominees for this nomination is the National Health Services of Ukraine, the State Fiscal Services, and the Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine. And the winner is... And the Open Data Government Award goes to National Health Service of Ukraine. Round of applause for them. So we are pleased to congratulate our winners. We will definitely give the awards to the representatives of the National Healthcare Service by opening the data of the National Health Service. The medical sphere has become really transparent, and I do believe that all of the people who are dealing with the medical services, they have seen that, and the people who are working with medical services in open data, and all of the citizens can find the e-maps of the medical hospitals that are partnering in the governmental program of accessible medicines. The information on the allocated money that have been provided helps to monitor the usage of the budget money in the medical sphere. This is basically what the activists are doing. So we're pleased to congratulate the National Health Service of Ukraine, and we wish you more open data. The second nomination, the Open City Award. This is an important nomination because we have the whole amount of people, cities fighting for it. The highest standard of publishing the open data for the local authorities. I will just once again remind you of the nominees. The nominees are the 3 cities, very unique cities of Ukraine, and I believe they are adored by many Ukrainians. So the nominees are Lutsk, Kharkiv, and Ternopil. So you can give a round of applause to all of the 3 cities. And as you know, the competition is really serious. But under this really hard competition, in the final, there has been a fight between Lutsk, Kharkiv, and Ternopil. And the victory goes to Kharkiv. Your round of applause to Kharkiv. We are now going to pass this award to Kharkiv. Kharkiv has opened its data. One of the most important data sets, the movement of the public transport, and we have discussed it already. In real-time regime, you're using a couple of services already. You're using different services for planning their routes of movement. Thousands of people of Kharkiv are already using those apps in order to have the more effectively planning of their routes with the help of open data. The third nominations for today's award ceremony, Open Data Data Impact Award for the highest impact on using open data. And we have also 3 nominees here. Really would like to give each of them an award, but we only have one winner in this nomination also. The finalists, the nominees, Monitor.Estate, CityBot Nazar, and Save EcoBots. The 3 finalists, the 3 nominees for this award, and the Open Data Impact Award goes to CityBot Nazar. You can give a round of applause to the winner. Do we have the representative? So we have the representative of City. You are Nazar? Yes. Oh, cool. You're the City Bot or Nazar, just for us to know that. Yeah. Hello. Hi. Yeah. So like we at least have one winner physically here. Let me help you out with looking for the right award. So Open Data Impact Award. So this is the big user. This is just like which one would you like? Because basically we're gonna give you any to Kharkiv, but like we'll give you the one that is properly the one for you. Okay, this is the one for you. Thank you very much. So okay, like put it just once again. You know we have recorded. We're not. Oh, we're hearing now. Okay, it's okay. CityBot Nazar, dear friends. So all the best for you. Congratulations. So why Nazar was awarded for the biggest impact on using the open data in 8 Ukrainian cities. They already be received with important information on the terms of all execution of all of the emergency situations. You will be know when in your flat the lights will go on and the water will go on. So if you see Nazar standing by your side, it means that the water will be cut off soon. So we're pleased to congratulate Nazar and all of the finalists and all of the nominees. So, dear friends, if you have been watching our broadcast, then you are already expecting the decision of our distinguished jury on Open Data Challenge. And we have all of the participants here in this room, the people who are presenting these ideas in this room. And I do know that they're even expecting the results more. So we need a couple of minutes more to get the stage prepared to announce the winners. And I truly wish all the people could win, but no. But no, that's a bad thought. All the chances are equal. I do hope that you've all enjoyed your presentation, the presentations of your competitors, your colleagues' presentations. So we're waiting for the jury to decide in a couple of minutes more, and we'll get back on air, live on air to our broadcast. Thank you very much for being with us. Let's get the stage ready for the awards.
Шановні друзі, ми повертаємось до Open.
Dear friends, we're coming back to Open Data Forum. I have a short announcement that the results of our Open Data Challenge will be known just in 10 minutes. I've just been in the counseling room, so we are a bit of delaying this discussion because this counseling room is totally coincidentally in the same room where the drinks and the food is. So we need 10 minutes for that. Well, of course, it's a joke. Nobody is eating and drinking there. This is a very vivid discussion ongoing. But the participants, well, I wanted to have a snack, but they didn't allow me because they can. I am not allowed there because they can hear some confidential information. So, dear friends, while we are awaiting for the results from our counseling room, where we have the confidential discussion, let me tell you about our forum, and then we'll come back to this complicated word I cannot pronounce. So, as we already told you, we have the broadcast in 2 languages, even 3 languages, Ukrainian, English, and a bit of mine. And you can choose the language which you need, either Ukrainian or English. You can find that at the website of odf.data.gov.ua, and also in Facebook. There is some live broadcast where you can pose the questions on any topic, on any panel discussion which used to be at our forum. And Katerina promised us that the participants of those panel discussions will be able to answer your questions even after our forum is over. So during the time while this broadcast is present on Facebook. So if you're interested in anything about open data, you can pose your question and it will be answered by either the representatives of our forum or our guests. And also I'd like to remind that this is the 4th annual forum. Unfortunately, this year it's taking place partially online format. I think that I shouldn't even remind you why it is happening like this with Open Data Forum 2020, but I do hope that you got some fun because of our online broadcast, and the small percentage of our viewers and participants who are here offline, they were happy to communicate with each other. So we've got the last important moment left, the last important part, which is the announcement of the winners. The sum of 3.7 million hryvnia is at stake. So it's a very serious investment into the future connected with the open data. And again, I think that I'm not that excited as the participants of our Open Data Challenge, so we are awaiting for the results made by our jury. So, dear friends, I would like to express gratitude again to all of you who joined our forum, all of the speakers who used to be at this stage. All of that will be watched both in the recording if you've just joined us and missed the most interesting thing. All of that can be found at the odf.data.gov.ua and also the efficient pages in Facebook, Instagram, well, I'm not sure about Instagram, and definitely not in TikTok. So we are waiting for the results. Just in 10 minutes. We are coming back to the stage and we will see our winners, and of course we'll congratulate them all together. The most interesting moment is ahead of us, so stay with us. Thank you, all of you.
Дякую. Тож,
So, dear friends, we are ready to announce the results. We are coming back to the broadcast. Thank you that you joined us. And if you just joined us, you will be able to see the whole recording. But now let's have the award ceremony. So I do invite Evgenia. Please, we are waiting for you at the stage. This is so active participants if you're in the discussion, right? Well, you know, I'm kind of the not that engaged referee. But how many winners do we have? 1, 2, 3, 5 of them. 5 winners. That's a spoiler already. So I gave the mic and I'm leaving the stage. Yes, please. Thank you. So he flew on the wings of open data and flew away. So this always happens with Pavlo. Okay, in fact, this is not the intrigue. This is a very important moment for not just our this year forum, but Open Data Challenge, which took place for the fourth time this year. And unfortunately, or maybe not unfortunately, is so far this is the last time. So we do invite to this stage those members of the jury who joined us offline, Katerina Onilioglu and Viktor Gursky. They will have a very responsible moment now because they are the ones who will announce who is becoming the winner this year. Katya? We are beginning. So before we begin, I'd like to say a couple of words. I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone who took part in the latest Open Data Challenge. It seems to me that even my palms are sweating. And in fact, I will tell you that during these years, we have discussed with the jury for a long time who, how much, and for whom, but this time it was a unanimous decision, and this is the first time in the history of the competition when this process was so rapid and unanimous with all of the jury members, with those who used to be online as well. Thank you for that as well. We came to the conclusion and agreement who those 5 winners are. I will begin to announce the first one. Yes, thank you. Could I? Thank you. The first winner is today. At the panel, we spoke a lot about the impact of the open data onto the construction sphere. So, well, that is why, and not only because of that, if you remember that conversation, a huge impact which open data have onto the construction sphere in Ukraine. This is the huge transformation ongoing. So I'd like to announce the first winner. That is Urban Data. Urban Data, please, the team, join the stage. Yuri, please, join us at the stage. Let's support him. So let's take a picture together. Four more left. 4 more winners left. Let's not have the hugs because that's lockdown working. Let's, Victor, name the next one. Well, first of all, I'd like to say that really it's a bit sad now because this is the last incubation, but we are happy because this is the community which is living on and is still staying on. You will always be able to come to it. And for me personally, it's rather joyful that all of the projects we've seen are not just the projects, those are ready businesses, which in fact are totally available for the money investments. And one of the potential businesses like that is the project of Freeland UA. We congratulate the team. Could you come closer to each other, to the photographer, so come closer. So that was the second one, like the birdling. Now the third one, the third team. Let's go on. Don't postpone, don't make it too long. So where's that wonderful, beautiful lady with the high heels and beautiful shoes, hidden interests? I understood that there's not enough of those famous fanfares and sounds. But it's okay that we don't have that tada here. Yulia, we do congratulate you. Let us support her again. More applause, please. The next project, Pravosud. Mikhailo, we are waiting for you at the stage. And this is definitely when the nerves are playing, because lots of teams are still not assessed. Everybody's awaiting here. This is the very overwhelming moment when we are announcing the fifth and the last winner for today. And I'd like to add, who can calculate, you can know that you can see a very interesting sum of money here. It never used to be in 4 years at our challenge. I will not prolong that, I will not delay that. The fifth winner, Leonid from Deep Green, Ukraine. Please join us at stage. The record prize in the history of Open Data Challenge. Leonid, just look at the sum of money, how much you won. Let me not look at that now. That's it, the maximum of noise now. We do congratulate you. We congratulate all of the teams of Open Data Challenge this year, and let us be joyful with your colleagues. Thank you, dear friends. We greet the winners again. As for the winners, you have such a big and nice checks, and we are now in the center of the city in Arena. Try to be cautious when you pass by the nightclub, because they will try to take you there. So we do congratulate the winners, and we wish success for all the one who did not win today. It is not the verdict, that the most interesting things are ahead of you, for you. So we thank you that you spent this 4.5 hours with us. Thank you for this saturated day, and as we promised, we'll have the gifts for the best questions in Facebook. All of the information will be written down in the private messages, and there will be some cool gifts from Open Data Forum, so we'll wait for that. Dear friends, have a nice day, and thank you again, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, thank you USAID and UCAID, the project of transparency and accountability in public administration and services, and the organizers of this forum. Have a nice day and stay safe with your families. Goodbye.